right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hump Day! Hello, happy Hump Day.
Right in the butt.
What is happening?
How we doing?
I wasn't expecting that right out of the gate.
Well, you never are.
That cut me, sometimes, boop. Oh, what was that? Hey, what's going on back there? Oh, geez.
Not today.
Bring your ass.
Hopefully not today. What's happening, everybody?
Happy 1-year anniversary to the Fan being on the FM dial.
Look
How
at
about
us.
that?
1 year down.
Right.
Decades to go.
It's kind of crazy that was a year ago, and also only a year ago.
Only a year ago. It
You know what I
feels
mean?
like it's like 2-3
it was yesterday,
years
but
ago.
also 2-3 years ago.
I have that so many times with the kid, too, where you're like, how are we only 2? But, oh, my God, the 2 went so fast.
Yeah.
It's really weird how life works that way. It does feel like it was 5 years ago and 5 weeks ago simultaneously. But it's been a year. We're on FM. Still going strong.
We're still here.
We're still standing.
I mean, I don't know how much longer, but we're still here.
You never know. In the modern world of economics, you never know. But you keep showing up doing the job, baby.
I saw a lot of people, I guess, at Fox were gloating about the ESPN layoffs.
Ooh.
And I thought it was a good point. It's like,
Turf
look,
wars, huh?
I have media members in this market. I don't really know all of them, but I have ones that I'm not very fond of.
Sure.
I haven't gloated when they've lost their gigs publicly.
No, privately?
Have I high-stepped Deion Sanders privately? I mean,
doing a Euro step
kind of
going into
brought
your
that
house.
on themselves, I would argue. But I thought it was a good point to just say, yeah, you probably shouldn't be publicly gloating because at any given moment, any of us.
I also would say to Fox, I get wanting to gloat in the idea of being fired, but also you're still irrelevant.
FS1 is indeed
You
pretty
are
irrelevant.
pretty irrelevant.
I don't watch FS1
unless there's a sporting event.
unless I know there's a sporting event that I need or have to watch.
That your team's playing or there's a game on, you're like, I got to check that out. It very rarely. I will never go to FS1. And neither will outside of watching our guy Nick Krupke do a little sports hit occasionally on KPTV, I'm not going to Fox that often either. The actual Fox, which is not a sports-related channel. It's just they are second fiddle. They will always be second fiddle, and that feels like...
Are you talking about, what are you talking about here?
Fox
you went
and
from
FS1.
national to local.
Both. I went both. Fox and
12?
FS1. How often do you watch Fox 12 outside of a sporting event?
Every day I catch the news reports.
That's what I'm saying. I'll see our guy Krupke from time to time with a sports snort, and then other than that, I'm not going to Fox. It doesn't happen. I'm not watching Family Feud.
Do you go to other channels? I'm confused.
No, not really. Outside of sporting events, no. That's about all I got. And that tells me if I'm not even watching FS1 for non-sporting event things and just shows, you're pretty irrelevant.
Yesterday I asked if a sideline reporter at the very debut of themselves did the end of quarter interview and just asked the coach, hot dog or corn dog?
Yes.
To see which one they pick instead of hey, what happened in the first quarter there? I wonder if one of our local news channels, if one day they just said what if we just did the first 20 minutes on nothing but super cool positive news?
Just positive, uplifting.
Yeah.
Look what this guy did in the community.
Yeah, not
these
coming
people
up
got
next,
fed.
A robbery in Woodburn, a massive forest fire in Central Oregon. There is haze in your air. Indeed, that is what it is. It's record hot. It's, hey, the economy sucks. What if you flipped it? Local woman finds injured squirrel
and saves it.
Gives it mouth to mouth, nurses it back to health, and has freed it.
Mouth to mouth with the squirrel would be pretty wild.
That's pretty awful, actually. When you do the chest compressions, you're just doing the finger compressions.
Those are tiny little bumps, man. I'd be worried about breaking a rib cage there, man. You got to be gentle with a little squirrel.
Local Girl Scout breaks record sales nationally, and it's in Clackamas.
Hey, look at us. All right.
What if you just did that?
Call it the happy hour.
Yeah.
1 hour of nothing
hour.
but happy news.
Opening.
And then the second hour, we can get to international politics and war criminals and, prices.
Coming up next, what Tina Kotek has to say. Coming up next, Donald Trump made a speech.
And then we'll get to the county update on the arena funding. All that could be saved for hour number 2, okay? Hour number 1, it's going to be nothing but positive news. Local radio host finds a quail and nurses it back to life via the Bird Alliance.
I don't know how the
we found a bird out there. We felt like saving it. It needed saving.
I was just out there. I would argue you should go out there. It's really cool. There's some positive stories. I don't know how the rankings work in our market of this TV stations. I don't follow that business.
Yeah, I don't either.
Whoever is in, we got 12, 8, 2, and 6.
Yes.
Whoever is the fourth in that fiddle.
Fourth place.
I think they should say, what can we do
To cut through.
to cut through?
How do we climb up the rankings here?
And then do like, the whole commercial thing where you have your top news anchor be like, we promise to be positive to start everything.
Nothing but happy, uplifting news.
Are you tired of being depressed?
I think we've just came up with a brilliant strategy for a local news
nobody's gonna
channel.
listen to us.
I think
What are
we
you talking
should. There's
about?
got to be enough positive local stories out there that you could fill an hour.
Like,
If you mix in the weather and like traffic,
Oh, you
because
gotta
those
do
are-
the weather,
Those are
traffic.
normal updates that day-to-day people are gonna need.
Yeah.
Outside, you should have enough uplifting news to find an hour of content.
right.
Even if it's like a 10-minute sit-down interview with somebody who was one of the positive, uplifting stories. This lady that saved the squirrel, come in studio. Let's get 15 minutes with you. Bring the squirrel with you.
Well, and they got these Jefferson County fires. Like, even just going live to a fire and getting the firemen on, you're like, oh, God, more forest fire news is terrible.
Yeah.
And they get on, like, what'd you have for lunch? I actually had a killer sandwich. My wife packed it for me.
It was
It's
great.
got me through my day.
Somebody delivered some Jimmy John's, and it was fantastic, man. We got to eat sandwiches out here.
Something like that instead of just focusing on everything negative entirely.
That's pretty depressing news right now. I got a trip coming up to Sun River in a few weeks, and I'm like, are we going to be
No,
able to
it's
go
gonna be
outside? Are we going to,
It's going to be
is
terrible.
breathing the air possible? Is that allowable? Am I going to?
Well, we were going to go to Hawaii this year, and then we looked at the prices of Hawaii, and we're like, that Iran conflict has changed a lot of numbers.
Things are a little spendy.
So we decided to, stay on the mainland.
Yeah.
And I've never been to San
Stateside.
Diego. I've been to L.A. a bunch of times. I've never been to San Diego. And I threw it out there. I also threw Chicago out. I was kind of...
Ooh, Chicago would have been fun. Have you ever been to Chicago
I've
before?
never been to Chicago.
Chicago's a fun town.
Always wanted to go to Chicago.
Go to a
for
Cubs
kick-ass
game,
things.
check it out, do some
the whole
food
thing.
stuff. Yeah, Chicago's a badass city.
But the family decided we got to go to San Diego. We got to
Yeah,
do a day
beach.
at Disneyland. And so we're still booking some stuff. But, I have been taking into account for 2 months the idea that Southern California in August...
Yeah, probably not good.
Well, I mean, there's the real possibility. And that's what sucks, I think, is about, if you're booking any getaway, local, or you fly somewhere, are you not taking into consideration the patterns of what we've seen the last, 5 to 10 years?
The last time we went to Sun River in August, I'm pretty sure we stayed for 3 days, and then we had 3 more days on the trip, and we left.
See, that's why I'm surprised you chose Sun River again.
I don't know. Yeah.
There's
and that
fires
was
right
even a
now.
part of the conversation of how do we think the weather's going to be? And it was like, well, we had something else. We had another trip in June or a weekend thing that we were doing. And I'm like, well, and then we take time off for the 4th of July. And I wanted to wait longer because it'll be the last vacation until the kiddo comes. So I wanted it as close to that as possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, in hindsight, I'm like, the weather's probably going to be pretty brutal. We're
But it's not
probably
the
going to be dealing
weather.
with smoke.
It's a fire.
Well, that's the weather. That you can't go outside.
I don't view that as weather.
I do. Because
I view that as circumstance. I don't know how to explain it. A phenomenon.
That's fair, but I view it as it's going to be hot as balls today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to want to go outside when it's 100 degrees? Probably not, but
No.
you will. We'll all dabble here or there, but I'm affected by going outside.
Sure.
And that's the case in Sun River. I can't go outside if I can't breathe the air.
Well, the air part is what sucks there because the weather is probably going to be 95 degrees and sunny.
I think it's going to be perfect. It's usually mid to upper 80s. It
Right.
never gets too hot over there, but if you can't breathe in the air, it kind of defeats the purpose.
And that's what blows. So I was a little surprised when you said you're going to Sun River. I'm like,
Well,
oh.
maybe we're not going to Sun River. TBD on that one, man. If we find out that the 5 days we're supposed to be there, you can't be outside. There's not really a point in going to Sun
Where
River.
are you going, Dirt Timothy Lake? Oh,
Now we're just gonna have a week-long staycation. How about that? We're not gonna go anywhere. I'll
Save
take
a
my
lot more
days
money
off,
that way.
Save some cash, and we'll just
not gonna act like I haven't thought about it.
I will say the last time we had to leave our trip early, I'm pretty sure the place gave us like a
Comp back.
Like a comp back. We were like, wait, what are we going to do here? And they were
Right,
like,
you
yeah,
can't
we
get
get
outside.
it. And they gave us a 3-day comp for another stay at some point in Sun River.
Good news. Another thing you could have passed in good news. I legitimately have not laughed out loud about something in quite some time the way I did yesterday when I saw a photo of Chip Kelly
That was solid.
in a hard hat and a vest.
And a safety vest.
Safety vest.
Standing to a group of microphones looking like, how did I get here in my life?
Ryan Field in Northwestern. It is a very unique, how often do college state places build new stadiums?
New stadiums?
Yeah, brand new.
It is
as opposed
very
to
rare.
renovating.
Is it
something that's
UCLA kicking around the idea of doing this? They're tired of
They've
going
always
out to the road.
thought
They
about
would
it, but I
like
don't-
some. There are those that would like something on campus or very near
Yeah.
campus, not the.
Because they're going to play in so SoFi 2 years, aren't they?
That is a rumor. I don't know if that's actually
That's
been
not confirmed?
I think there's a threat of them
Oh, no,
backing
it's
out
the
of their
Olympics.
lease.
Aren't they doing something about the Olympics? So they're like they
It
might
could
have to
be.
play a game or two at SoFi.
Could be, and maybe the Trojans too, because I'm
I think it's the
assuming
Trojans.
Coliseum will be used for the Olympic ceremony
Absolutely.
in Vegas. You
Yeah.
would imagine, right?
Well, you better renovate that thing.
Last one I could think of
Well,
was
that'll be the track and field that they use
It's
there.
an old dump.
Yeah.
I hate
Oh,
to say
yeah,
that. It's
it
an
is.
old dump.
It's an
It was
absolute dump.
crappy. I was so underwhelmed when I went there.
I remember. I think Baylor Stadium is somewhat new. Like I remember there being a thing when they opened their new stadium and the fans getting all excited. But outside of that, there's nothing. Like
You
a lot
do
of places
additions.
do. Yeah, additions happen. The
Reser.
Huskies redid their
Yeah.
stadium. Reser's been redone.
Yeah, that's one.
Penn
Husky
State's-
Stadium.
But it's the same. Technically, it's the same stadium. It's much different. It's a massive renovation, but it's
no.
not a fully rebuilt stadium. Did
Are
they
you
tear
sure
the
about that?
entire thing down?
Reeser? Well, they did
No,
it in
Husky Stadium.
Oh,
Stadium.
Husky?
I don't think they. Maybe they did. I know they dug deeper to put more seats closer down.
When we were at Husky Stadium, it looked nothing like
That is
old
very
Husky
true. It
Stadium.
definitely doesn't look
It's
anything
on the
like it.
same plot of land, but outside of that, I don't know how much is still the same.
Like, remember the historic hangover part that they had?
Yes.
That's not there.
because did they play one full season at Lumen?
I can't remember if it was one or two.
Dude, I feel like that's a new stadium.
They entirely demolished the lower bowl
Uh-huh.
and the south side stands is what they did.
So what part did they keep?
It's I guess
Because,
what
again, being in it doesn't look or feel
no, it
anything
doesn't
like
look
the
at
old
all.
one.
Yeah, does not look anything like it. I want to say the area by the water that doesn't have that big of a stand. Wasn't that always kind of the way it was? But I can't remember.
That was where the bleachers and the scoreboard is.
yeah, and those are still bleachers and scoreboard. I don't know if they
think
did
so.
move bleachers and scoreboard.
They
there.
probably couldn't do too much to that
Well,
because they're right at the
But
water.
that's as close as you could get.
I think that
of
is
a-
as close as we can get, yeah.
Maybe not fully new, but about 90% new.
I mean, Reeser they did in two parts, but
I mean, it was a pretty gapped out two parts. It
Yeah.
was like
Yeah,
early
yeah, it
2000s
was.
and
Yes, it was.
2024 or 2025.
But-
that was funny looking at those pictures yesterday of like, this looks like a Premier League stadium, and it's Northwestern football that nobody really cares about in Chicago.
well, maybe they'll be good.
Maybe you never know. They got new coach. We'll see how it goes for them.
So I tweeted this out with the show page. I was just having fun post show. We taped an interview, and so I had time to kill, and I saw the photo, and I thought, just imagine me telling Dirt in 2010, showing him this photo. I'm like, this is that guy's future.
Yeah.
First of all, he'd never believe me.
No,
Like,
No.
not a chance.
no.
He's gonna be at Oregon. What are you talking about, you idiot?
If you added the fact that he's going to beat my team in a semifinal to win a national championship too, that would have been a nice cherry on top.
Yeah, and that was I think people caught wind of that post, and so there's like non-people that are from Portland that caught it and was like, oh, what? Like winning a natty?
I just won a national
like, I mean, his offense that year actually kind of sucked. They just got hot and won the title, and he was the OC.
Technically, he did win a championship.
I know, but are we like acting like he
but-
was the mover and shaker of that whole
No,
thing?
I don't think we are, but maybe Ohio State fan is. I can't speak for
guess.
them. They don't want to give their own coach credit, so maybe they give it to the offensive coordinator for his 1 year there. Ironically, after they couldn't score a touchdown against Michigan, they all wanted him gone.
This is what I'm saying is
And
go
then a
back
month
and ask
later,
them about the Michigan game. I think they
won a title.
absolutely wanted him fired. Remember, I think we talked about where they fire Ryan Day before the playoff.
Yes, if they were
Yes.
going to lose their first playoff game, that was like if they were going to lose to Tennessee at home, that was the conversation. They're all gone. They're cleaning house.
Well, and then that naturally drifted into Chip. Then they get hot. They win, right? They blow out Oregon and go on and win the national championship. And then he goes to the Raider thing, and he signs the biggest contract for an OC in the NFL, and that's an abject disaster. Abject disaster in Philly,
Yeah.
San Francisco,
Yeah.
and now he's the OC at Northwestern.
Come on down. They're coming to Oregon on Halloween. I believe it's Halloween night this year.
So that was another one that I scrolled through to read some of the comments, and there is, I think, a random Northwestern person. And he's like, we'll be talking about this when we smack that ass this year. And I just went like,
I'd
what?
sit this one out. Northwestern,
Halloween
again,
night down at Autzen.
FS1 talking trash to ESPN. Let's know our role in life here, okay? Academics, by all means, take your shots. Journalism program, by all means, take your shots.
Yeah.
Football,
That's going to
I'd
be
go ahead and sit that
Big
one out.
Ten after dark, right? That's the 7 p.m.
I'd
late
imagine that's going to be a
Big Ten
night
network game.
I'd imagine that's a night game on Halloween night. That always kind of makes it actually more fun when you get a night game and you wear black on Halloween
I
night.
think
There's
so.
some good memories over the years. It is. He evidently has not learned his lesson, and I think the argument would be
What's the lesson to
Chip?
learn here?
yes, that when you have a good thing don't run away from it because I know that he doesn't like recruiting, but also Ohio State recruits itself. Like, how much recruiting is Matt Patricia doing?
Well, I'm pretty sure that we tracked this when they hired him. He took that job because he actively didn't have to recruit.
Right, and they were just like, just come call plays. You're here. You're a known name in the football world. Right. Just pop into a meeting. That's all. You're not the primary guy.
When we bring recruits on campus, we're trying to close deals. We got
what are the chances that Ohio State's offense, based on the talent you're bringing in, is going to fall off and your job's going to be in jeopardy?
Oh,
right. You're making millions of dollars. You get to work with the best athletes in college football year in and year out. And what did you do? You win one title, your name is hot again, and after one season, you jump to the Raiders and Pete Carroll, and you got fired halfway through.
But he got the most money
I know.
Of any
it was
NFL
a massive
coordinator.
offer.
Don't you have to take that?
I get it.
And he probably got bought out.
Now he's the offensive coordinator at Northwestern. Have fun calling plays with those 2-star recruits, buddy, at Autzen Stadium on Halloween. A little bit different than having Jeremiah Smith in your offense.
I really believe. Well, I have a bet on this, actually. Side note. Coog Ludes, one of our sales extraordinaires, we made a bet last year, the over-under of Washington, and we forgot what the number was. And I actually fall more in line with, I believe him over even myself because I forgot. But I won the bet because Washington won 8 games. I think it was set at like 7.
Yeah, he said it at 7.5. They won 8.
So they won. So I won the bet. So we were thinking about a new bet this college football season. He doesn't want to do an over-under. He wants to do – he is so far out on the OC at Ohio State that he wants to say their offense is going to fall further than it played last year.
Arthur the Mustache Smith himself.
Big Nepo hire Arthur Smith. And we have bets on this. And my simple point is I don't like Arthur Smith.
No.
But they have a second-year starting quarterback.
Yep.
Their running back room is loaded. They have Jeremiah Smith. They've got Chris Henry Jr. coming into the
I mean, the wide receiver room will be loaded
it's
with
always
4 NFL players. I don't care who the names are that come and go.
So we're thinking about doing an over-under on statistics offensively for Ohio State because I actually think they will be better on offense. And the whole point of me bringing that up is to simply say, I hear what you're saying. I don't think they would have fallen off and he would have been recognized. You can't turn down the most money.
I mean, he got paid to not work anymore. I get that. My larger point is simply you had a good thing going. You were making good money, and I get you're not wrong.
Does he have a bad thing here? What are their expectations? Win 6 games?
They're nothing, but if you don't have...
Their offense was one of the worst offenses I watched last year when they played Oregon.
Northwestern's offense was terrible. They didn't have a functional quarterback. Guess what it's probably going to be again this year?
Maybe a little better. If they're statistically a little better, he's done his job. Am I wrong?
You're not technically wrong. I'm just talking about how, if you're at that stage of your career, would you rather call plays for Northwestern or Ohio State?
I think you can make an honest, solid argument, Dirt. He's had one of the more strange careers in college football history.
There's not a doubt about it. It's absolutely bonkers to go from nothing, small college East Coast.
New Hampshire?
An offensive coordinator hire that everybody in Eugene said, what? Who? Huh? To 2 years later, you're basically strong-arming the most popular head coach in Oregon history.
Yeah, you kind of pushed him
out of the way to become the next head coach because you were such a can't-miss prospect.
Yep.
You then had 4 years nearly dominating the sport, but not winning a title, but being one of the most dominant programs in all of college football, to then jump to the NFL for multiple stops and then finally find your way back to college football.
It's crazy.
After a head coaching stint at UCLA, which, by the way, you quit because you didn't want to recruit anymore, and they were going to the Big Ten, and you were like, nah, I don't want to do that. We're going to get our asses kicked. I'm going to go just call plays at Ohio State, to winning a national championship, to then going to the – I mean, it's just bonkers the road that he's gone down.
It's absolutely insane. You can't say that it's been a failure. It's a great career.
No, it's a great career.
But I also – it's odd.
There's a lot of what-ifs in there, though, I think. If I were him, there would be what-ifs.
If he didn't quit, he was going to get fired at UCLA.
Without a doubt.
So, Eagles, Niners – I mean, the Niner run is one of the worst one-season performances from a coach in NFL history.
Niners went back-to-back years having Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsula.
I mean, don't remind me. It was a terrible moment to be
after
living in.
Jim Harbaugh.
Didn't he win double digits, though, both years or 2 years in Philly? Like his
10
first
wins at Philadelphia and losing in the wild card for 1 year does not mean anything to them.
I think the what-ifs of
call that an abject
That's UCLA
failure.
being 8-4.
I wouldn't say that's an abject failure. The failure in Philly was giving him control. Like, that's where they screwed up.
That's part of the failure.
Without a doubt. That's where things went
They
awry.
chose him over Roseman.
He was there for 3 years. He went 10-6, 10-6, and then 6-9, and he got fired.
Yeah.
After the third year.
And nobody liked him. He was a terrible player coach.
Players didn't like him, and that was the other part of the problem of giving him player controls. He was shipping guys out of town, and then it created animosity in the locker room.
Yeah.
I think the what ifs of his career would have been like the sanction stuff and how that would have all broken. I don't know in Eugene if it would have been the same
With the dead kid?
with the dead kid and the Willie Lyles stuff.
Yeah.
But there has to be a what if in his mind of like, man, what if I would have given that 5 more years? They went to a national championship 2 years after he left with Mark Helfrich as their head coach.
If he had Mariota
for 3 more years or 2, it would have been 2 more years.
If he had peak Heisman Mariota, I do wonder. I also would say as soon as Mariota left, I would think he's falling flat on his face.
Yeah, but he also found Mariota as a 3-star kid from Hawaii.
Did he?
I mean, I don't know who did, but they found him.
he did.
Somebody inside the program did, and they decided to start him right away.
I know. But he didn't hang around. So, we do a lot of hypotheticals. I just don't know what evidence. It's weird. I acknowledge how great he was out the gate and how much he changed the sport.
Right.
I also can't confidently tell you that if he chooses to stay at Oregon instead of leaving, he's winning a title. I can't say that confidently. I don't have
not the
evidence
argument. No, that's not the argument. It's just simply the what if of he would have coached in the 2014 national title game. And I don't know if the game goes any differently, but I think he was a better play caller and head coach than Mark Helfrich was.
Yeah, I think the guy calling
and
plays
what is his
was better than the
legacy?
guy's not calling plays.
If he wins a national championship in 2014, what's his legacy?
Well, yeah.
Totally different.
Ezekiel Elliott, though.
It got in his way.
Yeah.
Well, not in his way. It got in Mark
Got in their
Helfrich's
way, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, man. Funny photo, though, yesterday. Really enjoyed it. Check it out at Dirt and Sprague. Chip Kelly in a hard hat and a vest. He's at Northwestern. Loaded show today. A lot to discuss. We got Saturday story. Lance Taylor, next round live. Southern college football guy. He's going to join us coming up. Talk a little SEC and college football with him at 8 a.m. Dirt and Sprague Loaded show. We start next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, newly hired head coach Marty Cifuentes will not make his debut for the Timbers until later this month as work visa continues to navigate the approval process. But his team will take the field at Providence Park tonight, hosting FC Dallas, 7:30 right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage at 6:30 immediately following prime time, which is live today from the Kingston Bar and Grill. Portland Fire Guard Bridget Carlton will compete in the three-point contest this weekend as part of WNBA's All-Star festivities in Chicago. First, though, Carlton will lead the Fire against the Dallas Wings tonight at Moda Center. 7 o'clock tip coverage on 910 ESPN. Portland starts at 6:45. Dallas 5.5-point favorites. As veterans report to Seahawks training camp at the end of the week, the team making a roster move. They are adding former Oregon Ducks cornerback Brandon Johnson and releasing tight end Harrison Bryant. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Happy anniversary to us at the Fan. Thank you guys for making the switch over. I know some of you have told us through the last calendar year you stick with the AM dial. I appreciate that.
You're an OG, man.
You're an OG, and you will forever stay an OG. But for those that have made the switch to 105.1, the Fan, for all the beautiful mothers out in the Battleground area that have decided to push through and say, you know what, I don't get Avril Lavigne anymore, but I can stand these people.
We
Thank
love you, hot Battleground moms. We love you.
We do. Poll question is up. It's a hot take poll question. We're starting the show off with a hot take.
Ooh.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Hot take time.
Yes.
Do the Oregon Ducks win the 2014 National Championship if Chip Kelly is the head coach instead of Mark Helfrich?
Ooh. Yeah, why not? What the hell? I think 2013 would have gone significantly different, too. Because 2013, if you remember, they started 8-0.
As a Fiesta Bowl?
No,
that was
2013 was the Alamo Bowl. So they were 9-0, I want to say, and went down to Stanford and lost. And that's when DeAnthony Thomas said, we don't want to go to the Rose Bowl. We've already done that and won that.
That's right.
And then the next week, they quit and went to Arizona and just got their teeth absolutely kicked in. And then the Civil War was the highlighter Civil War that they probably should have lost at home. But they found a way to win.
End, right?
Huff caught the game-winning touchdown, and they went 10-2. And I believe they beat Texas in the Alamo Bowl, if my memory serves me correct.
That was a great Civil War.
It was an all-time Civil War. It was rainy. It was cold. Orange versus green and yellow. It was great. Colors everywhere. And yeah, I think that season would have ended differently too.
I just saw Adam Rittenberg's tweet. You know how this stuff works. You talk about it. The internet listens. It shows you.
Your computer hears you.
He literally just popped up on the timeline. I just now see this. This is unbelievable. How does this team have this field?
The stadium?
This is debatably the nicest.
That's what I'm saying.
Stadium.
It looks like somebody was saying yesterday. It looks like a new Premier League stadium, and it's for Northwestern football. It's bonkers.
It's going to be 60% empty most of the time.
You can expect somebody like SMU builds a new stadium, and you're like,
I get it.
All right, oil money. Yeah. Okay, Texas Tech wants to build an entirely new stadium.
These are all good teams you're naming.
These make sense. You're Northwestern, man. You're Northwestern. Good for concerts, I guess.
We'll get to the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. There's quite a bit of audio to get to today. We got Lance Taylor coming up at 8 a.m., and it is a Status Story Wednesday. I didn't have yesterday when I was sitting down and I was jotting some notes. I did not have the segment at 6:27 to be this, but I have to discuss this. Every so often this happens, and you forget about it, and then it happens again, and you're reminded. Did you see what happened to this Vegas A's player, Joshua Kuroda Guerriere?
Yeah, I did.
So he's a good player. He hit himself in the ball. A foul ball in the ball, and he ruptured his testicle.
Ouch.
And I'm asking legitimately.
What does that feel like?
I can't imagine Dirt. It feels great.
Is that like immovable pain? Is that
so? Somebody pointed this
out.
Like,
what are we talking here?
I'm going to look this up.
Okay.
Somebody said, and I don't know if this is true, so don't hold me to it until I find out. Somebody said he stayed in the game and hit a single later.
Are you kidding me?
But now he's on the 10-day IL because he has to have
hope
surgery
so.
to fix his ruptured testicle.
Yeah, how do you? I got a lot of follow-up questions here. Like, what happens when it ruptures? Where does it all just float around in the sack? Does it go anywhere? What does that even mean, Basil? I'm very confused.
Well, if you see the replay,
I've seen the replay. It's brutal.
whoa.
To stay in the game after that, though, can we give this guy some sort of like Iron Man award? Is there an award for the toughest guy of all? Can we just create the ruptured testicle award and give it to this guy?
I mean, it's pretty remarkable.
And give it to the toughest player in Major League Baseball year in and year out. Like, are we talking debilitating pain for days on end? Are we talking it's 5 times the amount of getting a swift kick in the balls that hurts like a hell, but then eventually the pain goes away and you feel like you can feel your stomach again?
His average is 417, by the way.
Oh, he's good then.
I think he just came up.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have a lot of game logs unless he was injured.
Welcome to the big leagues, buddy. Here's a ruptured testicle.
But ow. He was 2 for 3 in his 3 at-bats. Scored a run.
Has anybody out there ruptured a testicle? I want to know. Can we get boots on the ground for the pain that comes with rupturing a testicle?
There are worse injuries.
Oh, without a doubt.
By like a missing games wise, metric, but there's not a worse sounding injury.
No, man.
It's not remarkably close.
You just picture like you're squishing a blueberry or something. Like what? How do you even repair it? How do you rebuild a ruptured testicle?
I don't know.
I want to talk to the surgeons. Let's get them on the show.
I've been hit in that area. I think a lot of people have.
Yes, everybody has.
Like the minute when it feels like it's in the stomach is bad enough. I can't imagine to know what it feels like when it feels like it exploded.
The entire thing just popped like a balloon. Good luck with that, man.
10 days.
I will tell you what that's
10-day IL.
I would hope it's longer than that, buddy. Take your time getting back, okay? Those guys matter, and they're going to matter for your entire life. Let's get that ball healthy and ready to roll again before we hit the diamond. I'm assuming he's not a catcher, so I'm wondering if he'll switch to a cup for a while.
No, he is a third baseman.
Third baseman.
Well, he's a third, second, and shortstop.
Okay, he's an infielder.
Guy,
Look, wearing a cup sucks. Playing baseball in a cup's not comfortable. It was one of the worst parts about being a catcher in baseball is I hated wearing a cup, but you didn't really have any choice. Can we give this guy a PSA of like, man, you get a hard line drive at third base or a short one hopper that's on the edge of the grass. Can we please wear a cup when we're vacuuming up those ground balls in the infield?
But see, like, I don't. What are the odds of that happening again to you?
I don't want to try and test it. I don't care. I'm not willing to roll the dice on that, man. You rupture a testicle, you could not buy enough protective gear for me to play Major League Baseball. Yes. What if you get hit again? I don't care what the odds are. What happens?
The math has got to be heavily in your favor. It won't happen.
If you rupture a testicle once, repair it, and then it gets ruptured again.
Would you wear a cup?
Can that ball come back to life? How many lives does your ball have? If you rupture it twice in a month, can you even repair it? Is it just squish? It's just jello at that point.
I'm going to put a poll question up. If you ruptured your testicle, would you wear a cup forever after? Because I wouldn't.
I would for everywhere I walk in life, man. I need one around the house with the 2-year-old. We're all into wrestling, and he's climbing on top of me. I'm getting kicked in the nuts 3 times a day at minimum. And every single time I wince, and then he's, wants to know about balls and where are balls because I say you kicked me in the balls, and now we got to answer questions about balls.
There's no other injury that comps in these other sports. No. Actually, I would say this. I am surprised this doesn't happen more in football. Because they're not wearing cups, and they're stepping on each other, and they're falling in the off. Like, when there's a fumble...
You could get a knee to the groin.
You're telling me there's not a guy that's on a leg, and then somebody jumps on him, and now he's leaning on a cleat, and, like, there it is? That's crazy.
Somebody's saying Mitch Haniger had the same injury. And
I think that's who it was, yeah.
10 weeks in 2022.
10 weeks?
10-day IL? Get the hell out of here,
Hold
dude.
on.
You're having ball surgery. You're not playing in a week and a half.
Let me look it up.
That is not happening, man.
He was placed on the 10-day injured list.
Yeah.
He underwent successful surgery for this.
Here's what I will say. I think they're always tricky with that of the 10-day, because there's the 10-day and the 60-day. And if you go to 60 days, you have to clear the roster. Like, you can't come off of that. So a lot of teams, even if it's a longer injury, will just do 10-day, 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 10-day.
So you just extended it.
You
Why
just
not
keep
do like a full...
Because you don't know if he's going to fully need the 60-day IL, and so maybe it's a 40-day IL, and that's, you didn't want to miss out on 20 days or however many games are in that stretch.
Yeah.
There's no chance this guy's playing in a week and a half, dude. There's no chance. If he does, give him the Medal of Honor. Like, if he's playing in 10 days, what is the highest achievement that you can have, the Medal of Freedom or whatever? Like, give him something like that if he ruptured his testicle and plays place 10 days later?
That's another. I mean, I'm not going to post it. That's a great poll question. If you play 10 days after rupturing your testicles,
you
should
deserve
get
something.
like the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
You should have a street named after you in Las Vegas. If that's what it's going to be, if you're going to fight through that in 10 days, man. Are the A's in the mix this year?
They've been battling with the Mariners, haven't they?
I'll take your word for it.
I think everybody's in the mix in the AL
that
West.
division
Fair
sucks.
point. They are 43-58, and they're only
No, they're 8 games back.
8 games out of first place. They're 15 games below
They're
500.
7.5 back of the M's. They're not in contention. I feel like at some point they were in good contention, and then it just kind of fell because of the A's.
Yeah, this guy's hanging you on, man. He's keeping you alive with his ruptured ball out there.
The poll question is up, by the way. If you ruptured your testicle, would you wear a cup the rest of your career?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Swag, what say you? Yes? You wearing a cup?
Yeah.
So you got the PTSD from it?
Yeah.
I think I'm playing the math.
Playing the math, playing the odds.
Dude, there was nothing worse for us as kids, and I know Swag had this.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there's not a more embarrassing look for a child than having to wear the cup.
Yeah, it's not
before
fun.
you put your pants on.
Yeah, it's not fun.
It's just an assless piece of underwear that covers your front side.
Thankfully, sliding shorts came about later, and you could wear them as like a compression short there.
I missed that era. I
The
was in the
jockstrap
Little
cup
League.
was not. I mean,
The jockstrap cup was
who
awful.
the jockstrap is one of the most ridiculous things ever invented.
It had to be a perverted pedophile. I mean, it had to be.
Let me see them cheeks,
No,
dude. You weirdo. No.
It's easy for me to say this, not having experienced the injury, but I don't blame you guys for saying yes on that.
Cover that thing up, man.
Coming up next, we'll get to our Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague today, but coming up next, a little bit of local news, maybe not in the favor of this individual. Next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague with you. A loaded Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague at the top of the 7 a.m. hour. The status story today, Lance Taylor talks some college football, one of our good friends in the South. I think we made another great friend in college football for the program.
We hit it off. I like it. We got another contact down there in SEC country.
Really good dude. Pretty honest opinions. We'll run down the full gamut of college football coming up at 8:03 a.m.
Somebody naming, by the way, the award, the Nutcracker Award is what he should get. That's pretty solid.
That's a pretty good one.
A good Nutcracker.
And somebody say that they, back in their cattling days, they got kicked in the you-know-what by a bowl. And 2 weeks.
2 weeks, huh? That's all it was? 2 weeks?
Got a bruised one and a ruptured one, and it was a 2-week recovery.
We did get, I'm 40 and I get PTSD in softball when a ground ball comes my way after being a catcher from second grade through high school. Still wear a soft cup even in beer league softball.
Really?
Yeah. When you've caught, it's a different. It's
I've
a
never
different
caught.
world.
I've never caught.
My practices in baseball used to be lining up the pitching machine at 90 miles an hour and just shooting balls at me, and a lot of them hit you in the nuts. But it hits you in the cup, and let me tell you, the cup it protects, but it doesn't protect everything. It still hurts.
It can still hurt. Before we get to Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague, did you see the local news yesterday?
Oh God, not again! What happened?
What?
What?
You don't even know what I'm going to say.
I thought we had an embargo. We had an embargo.
I'm not talking about Moda Center funding.
Okay. What else we got in the local news?
Dom Dunnan's firing all our broadcasters. And I don't say that like laughing at them.
No.
I'm just laughing at like another thing that we can point to of like, yay.
Ironically, this is probably the most obvious one to have predicted because this is what he did day one in Carolina that made everybody hate him down there. They had a Hall of Fame radio announcer who had been calling Hurricane games forever since the team moved, essentially. And he fired him upon arrival, and John Forsland was one of the most respected local TV guys, and he canned him because he made too much money, and every Hurricane fan was up in arms about it and livid because those guys were institutions in that market calling those games. And so of all the negative Tom Dundon storylines, a shakeup of the broadcast was the easiest one to predict.
Well, we talked about this. I think it was a show you were out. I talked about him cutting
radio and
simulcasting in Carolina, and I totally get it, man. I know it's 2026. I will forever be a radio guy. It's my career. It's why I love radio. I always have. I always will.
Yeah.
I made the argument like how awful that would be for us as a city because of how iconic the radio has been for the Blazers.
Sean Lee, Wheels.
I'm also friends with the play-by-play guy. I don't want to see that happen to anybody.
Right. Now, the story that came out yesterday that I think he has not been decided. Some people were let go officially, according to, I think Maury Brown had the report.
I have heard, I don't know, I have not reached out. I'm not speaking on behalf of, what I had heard is like there's probably going to be some pay structure stuff, and it's a take it or leave it thing. I don't know if that's true. I have not reached out to anybody, but the news that I'm talking about was Maury Brown, Bizball Maury.
Yeah.
Great handle.
Great handle.
He works for Forbes. He had the news. Major changes coming to Blazer Broadcasting. Michael Holton, Tom Haberstroh, Neil Everett, and Jamie Hudson all out. And then he said several other broadcasters' contracts have lapsed with extreme pay cuts being expected.
Yeah, I would be at this point. I mean, there's no intel here. I don't think there's any chance Kevin Calabro's calling Blazer games next year. I don't see him
for the
taking
amount he would normally ask for.
Right,
no,
there's
I can't
no
fathom
chance.
that. No.
And I don't see him wanting to take a pay cut. He's a Seattle guy, anyways. I was following some folks up, and he was playing in a golf tournament up in Seattle this week.
He lives in Seattle.
He lives in Seattle. He's waiting for the Sonics
I felt like
gig.
he's had one foot out the door for a couple of
he literally
seasons.
left the team for like 2.5 years during COVID and stopped calling games, and we had Jordan Ken as our play-by-play
was
guy.
it 2.5 or 1 year?
Maybe it was just
I
one.
thought it was
I
one-
don't know.
I thought
Maybe
it
it was
was
one
one.
season.
Yeah.
But he bailed. He was like, "Nah, I'm not doing that." Jordan Ken
was
was
that
the
a
guy.
COVID thing, or was he not wanting to do the job thing? Because I think for some that was a COVID thing.
Maybe it was
I
a
don't wanna be
COVID
around
thing.
other people.
And then they kind of gave Jordan Kent the runaround, and he thought he had the job, and he was found out that he did not have the job in a not very tactful way. So, look, this has been a kind of a revolving chair a little bit lately. I would be shocked if he's back next year. I hope Demers is back in some capacity as the radio guy, or maybe a TV play-by-play guy, or a simulcast guy. I don't know how that's all going to shake out.
I told Demers, I told him this like it might have been 2 seasons ago. I was watching one of their East Coast games, and he was filling in because
he did some TV from time to time. Yeah,
I didn't know if it made him feel good or not, but like I texted him, I told him I thought he was a better TV play-by-play guy than radio.
Yeah,
and I didn't mean that as a slight at his radio ability. It was more just like I thought his timing and rhythm was like perfect. For television. He had the right enthusiasm on the right plays. He had called everything really well. So I told him that. So I don't know if that is how they're all going to sort some of that stuff out by simulcasting, but names that we've seen and watched for Michael Holton, I feel like has been in the broadcast
forever.
Probably before you and I started doing the show.
I feel like he's been doing it for 30 years. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I feel like he's been involved in Blazer broadcasting.
Like a good neighbor, Michael Holton is there.
He is there. What did they win? A ball game. Thank you, Michael Holton. They were having Isaac and Suk had Jason Quick on last night. It was a good conversation about just where we're at. And he's been in the market a long time. We had him on a couple of weeks ago. But there's obviously been new rumblings and rumors and stories coming out about where the arena stuff is at. And they asked him a question of, is Tom Dundon the number one biggest villain in Blazers history already, 4 months into his ownership? And there was a conclusion that was yes, and that's where I do find this upcoming season so fascinating, because almost every headline has been negative. Now, some we have reacted to, I think, fairly. Some I think have been overblown and blown out of proportion. Right? There's a balance here, but every time something happens with the team, it is massive news.
Yeah.
How quickly does that go away if they have a good year next year? How much does it escalate if they have a bad year next year? Like, this is where I go back to, and I brought up when you mentioned that these changes are coming. He did this in Carolina, and Carolina fans were livid. They thought he was going to move the team. That didn't end up happening, and he fired their broadcasters. And it was like, who the hell is this guy coming in, getting rid of our guys that have been calling our games forever?
Broadcasters are a really personal thing for
They're
people.
a part of your family, essentially. Yeah. You welcome them into your home or your car every single day and every single night. And so the fans did not take kindly to that. Guess what they forgot about after about a year and a half? That. And they've
did they, or did they just say we're winning, but this still sucks? Like, I kind of wonder with
I think they've all created new relations. The broadcasters that they've had now, they've had for a long time. He's not like firing guys every other year to find a college kid that'll do the job for minimum wage. The guys who he replaced them with have been there for quite some time, so they built that rapport up with them. And then, going to the playoffs every year, it didn't matter as much to them anymore.
Well, I think that's the thing. Like, I remember when we did our very first morning show, we had somebody that basically reached out and was like, I hate you guys. You're terrible. You suck. They're a P1.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that's not that everybody is going to be that. Like, people are always going to hate you. That's fine. It's more to me like, I wonder with him, and now we're going through this funding crap that I don't want to talk about today. I just wonder, I don't think they're going to way overachieve.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be somewhere where they were last year, and I don't view that as like a step forward. I view that as like, okay, you didn't really do the thing I thought you would do. Now, maybe Ja will play well, but if you finish in the same spot, I'm not going to be like, oh, my God, that was utterly amazing.
Right. Don't worry. The move's coming at the deadline. Don't worry.
The next deadline. That's when Joe will operate.
Deadline, all in.
That's when Joe will cook. He traded for Ja Morant. He thinks he's cooking. That's his move.
That's his ingredient right there.
I think there's a real possibility, unless his tune changes over the years. Remember, Chip Alexander said this. He didn't care about Raleigh when he came here. He wasn't there to make friends.
No.
Well, he slowly put himself in the community a little bit. It's not like he's Mr. Community of Raleigh, but like he's been a little more hands-on and involved. I just wonder if over time, we're going through a funding debate, we get 5 years down the road, he helps build up some of the district or the Albina vision, like he does in some capacity. I just wonder, like, how the relationship
it's very interesting to think about.
Is going to go, because right now it's not even a question. He is absolutely loathed and hated right now.
More than anybody probably
by
ever
the media
associated.
and largely the fans.
Yes, more than anybody ever associated with the organization. And that's saying a lot, because we've hated a lot of people over the years.
Ruben Patterson was a Blazer. We can't say that.
Yeah, touche. Yeah, some bridges are too far.
Yeah, I would say so.
That one should be one of them. It is crazy to think of where we're going to go, and if the reputation will ever change, will we have the same storyline as Carolina, where in 3 or 4 years you go into the playoffs every year, you feel like a relevant team, you've gotten better, some of this stuff that was big noise early on kind of quiets a little bit. There's no doubt that every time you turn around a corner, it feels like there's another headline or report coming out about what he is doing that is making fans absolutely livid.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through this because I saw it yesterday and I forgot to write it down of who else.
So it was, I know, Habistro's gone, Neil Everett's gone, Jamie Hudson's gone, Michael Holton is gone.
Yeah, this says Demers remains unclear on the radio side. They could use him for radio simulcast.
Yes, they might be doing that.
That's an odd... Do we have any news on Lamar?
There is no news on Lamar.
What about Brooke?
No news on Brooke. She was doing something on Instagram yesterday, Blazer related, I thought. So I hope Brooke sticks around. I hope Lamar. I love both of them. I think they're great at their jobs, and that would be one that really upset me. We know Demers, so I want him to hold on to his job. So you hope you can keep it intact as much as you can.
More bad news from old Tommy D. Tommy Two Nickels finding every cent he can to save. Loaded second hour, Dirt and Sprague Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague on the Fan.
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Portland Timbers back on the Providence Park pitch for the first time in over a month tonight. They will not have newly hired head coach Marty Cifuentes there on the sideline, still navigating the work visa process. But Portland, fresh off that 5-1 pasting of the Sounders, hosting FC Dallas 7:30 right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30 immediately following primetime, which is on a location today live from the Kingston Bar and Grill at 3. Portland Fire Guard Bridget Carlton set to compete in the three-point contest this weekend, part of the WNBA All-Star festivities in Chicago. Before that, she'll lead the Fire against the Dallas Wings tonight at Moda Center. 7 o'clock tip coverage on 910 ESPN. Portland at 6:45. Portland, a 5.5-point underdog. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Welcome back in. The 1-year anniversary of Dirt and Sprague and 105.1 The Fan. Hello.
Ooh, I like it.
I've enjoyed it, being on the FM dial. It's great.
1 year of 4 hours, too.
That's right.
Yeah. 1 year anniversary.
I think I lost about 2.5 years of my life in the last calendar year then. That's what I would say there.
That's your estimate. What's the going rate? What's the conversion rate of more hours of radio, waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and end of life expectancy?
I would say in the last year, 71% of my days usually ends with me going, how is it already 4:30?
How did that happen?
What happened?
It's already dinner time, man. I'm like 3 hours away from wanting to crawl into bed.
Oh, dude. It's been great, though. I've had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun, and we will in the second hour of the radio program. Did a lowly intern ruin the biggest announcement of the summer? Ooh. Some are speculating.
May or may not have happened.
We will get to that and reveal what we're talking about. But it is hour number 2, and it is time to step into the Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague.
I poo-pooed your pancakes yesterday. What do you got for me today?
Yeah, you did.
I feel like I need some steak and eggs this morning.
You need something hearty today.
I need to
Steak
fill
and
up.
eggs.
I don't ever. I love me some good steak.
Yeah.
I don't like ordering steak as much at restaurants in general now because I know how to cook them and I know how I like them. That's never on my radar for breakfast, and I don't know why. I should try it sometime. Steak and eggs sounds delightful, but I don't think I've ever ordered it at a breakfast place.
I don't order them at restaurants. I eat it at my house.
You'll do steak and eggs for breakfast?
Like if I have leftover ribeye.
Yeah, but you won't fresh cook one
Little
in the morning?
breakfast steak.
Throw one on the grill?
No.
I've never done that before.
That's interesting.
I've probably had leftover steak for breakfast now that I think about it, but I've never cooked one in the morning. Like,
Me
you never
either.
turn on the grill on a hot day throw steak on. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing out there, Dad? You're still in your boxers? Grilling a ribeye.
Today on the menu, a lingua breakfast burrito with a side of cheesy hash browns.
Oh, okay. I feel like we got something southern. We got some grits, like shrimp and grits or something in there.
Oh, I mean, that's on the menu if you want to
Yeah.
order. I'm just telling you what today's special at
That's what the
Cafe Day Dirt
special
and
is.
Sprague. Lingua burrito with a side of cheesy hash browns.
I'll have just about any kind of breakfast burrito.
Do you know what that is?
I have no idea, but I'll eat it.
I thought it was. It's the Spanish sausage or Mexican sausage? I thought it was linguiça.
No, it's lingua.
Okay.
It's cow tongue.
Oh,
Let's do it.
And I'm going to tell
different
you
from
this.
linguiça.
Had it in L.A.
Yeah.
Landed, was super hungry.
We're eating cow tongues now, huh?
Cousin goes, let's go to this breakfast restaurant. It's really good. He orders a lingua breakfast burrito. I'm like,
right.
what did you just order? Lingua. I was like, give me one of those.
Yeah, give me one of those. You little cow
Started
tongue.
eating it. I was like, what is this? And he's like, it's cow tongue. And I was like, what? Tasted really
tasty?
good.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
Who would have thunk it? A cow tongue's got good flavor.
It was shredded. I think it's a slow cook process. They shredded the hell out of it.
Yeah.
It was delicious.
Get
Haven't
somebody,
had it since, but it's
get somebody
really
that
good.
knows how to prepare it. I'm sure it's delectable.
They know what they're doing.
A lot of football and odds and ends of audio to get to here on Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. Let's start in Major League Baseball.
Last year, one of the most surprising ones was Mason Miller going from the A's to the Padres for Leo DeVries, who's one of the best prospects in baseball. Well, Mason Miller could be a short-timer in San Diego. The Padres understand that they need starting pitching. They're not going to find any in their farm system, and starting pitching on the free agent market is extremely expensive. So if they could potentially flip Miller to a team that has some starting pitching depth, say the New York Yankees, the Seattle Mariners, there are plenty of others out there. It's something that A.J. Preller, their president of baseball operations, is entertaining at this point. This doesn't mean that Mason Miller is going to move, but considering just how much some of these teams need back-end bullpen help and just how big it would be to know that you're going into a playoff game, into the ninth inning, with the best closer in the world getting ready to lock things down, it makes a lot of sense that teams are going to try. Are they going to be able to land him? Well, we got less than 2 weeks now to figure that out.
That's Jeff Passan. The MLB trade deadline is rapidly approaching here on August 3rd. And Mason Miller of the Padres, they think they're going to be selling off on Mason Miller. As a Braves fan, I would rather have Skubal. But Mason Miller, a nice little consolation prize for some team that's going to end up potentially getting him.
It's interesting with the Padres because they did a similar thing with Juan Soto where they traded for him from Washington. It was a massive deal. He was solid but not out of this world in San Diego. And then with 1 year left on his deal, what do? They dealt him to the Yankees, and you got some prospects in return.
Yep.
So it'd be interesting if they do that again with another high-value guy. I think Skubal is still the biggest name on the market, as he should be, because of his career and what he's accomplished. The Tigers are also just in a weird spot. Like, you're 6.5 out of first place. You're probably not going to do it. But because of the division you play in, you're not mathematically out of it. There's still a lot of baseball left. The AL West sucks, so it's not like they're sucking up all the wild card spots. So there's a chance that you can go on a run, and that's a really tough call to be in. If you think he's going to walk in free agency and you don't want to get through the arbitration thing again, I would still deal him. But he's going to be the biggest name. And Mason Miller maybe number 2 because he's a hell of a closer.
Order up! They made it to the playoffs. Bo Nix rookie year, they lost. Buffalo Bills. Then they come back the next year, one of the top teams in the NFL, and then they get all the way to the AFC Championship and they lose their quarterback. So we don't even know what they would have looked like full strength. But then they added Jalen Waddle, who can take the top off the defense. I've seen what Sean Payton can do when he has a guy that can take the top off the defense when he had a Brandon Cooks. So you give him a guy like that with the experience of this team, which is led by the defense. You need guys, and the Broncos have guys, but also they have people in the back end that can lock up. I believe is the best corner in all of football, and Pat Surtain. These guys can go all the way strictly on defense. But with Bo Nix growth and being another year in the Sean Payton, I just believe the Broncos right now are the best team in the AFC.
There's Gerald McCoy on the NFL Network. Dirt, do we agree that whether you think Denver is going to win the AFC or a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Is the collective we in the media kind of underselling the narrative that they're the best team in the AFC? Because it kind of feels like we are.
I agree completely, yeah. I agree. I mean, they were in the AFC title game last year. They beat Buffalo in a playoff game.
Most believe they win that game if Bo's playing and not
in the
Stidham.
AFC title game, right, if he stays healthy. And then, who knows about a Super Bowl and how that all would have played out. They damn near beat the Pats without the starting quarterback. I don't think they would have either, but I think they would have given a much better fight against Seattle, and maybe that defense would have been good enough to force Sam Darnold into some turnovers and all that kind of stuff. And so Seattle would certainly look like the best team at the end of the year, and they deserve that. But I think the Denver game would have been a better matchup. It is interesting because I don't think I've ever heard. I haven't heard somebody this offseason proclaim, Denver's the team to beat in the AFC, and they were just the team that knocked Buffalo out.
They were the 1 seed.
They were the 1 seed. They won the AFC West. They won the Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert division, beat Buffalo in a playoff game, and damn near won an AFC title game without their starting quarterback. So when you look at what they are defensively, you did not see a massive sophomore slump from Bo, and in fact, I thought in moments in big games, in particular that Buffalo game, he was outstanding all game long and was a big reason why they won it. He didn't do that every week of the season, but when they needed him to, he was that, and that was kind of the Seattle format with Darnold last year. Darnold led the league in turnovers. He wasn't dynamite week in and week out, but when they needed him in the NFC title game, what did he do? He delivered, and their defense was good enough to carry him the rest of the way. They have one of the best defenses. They got good weapons, good, solid offensive line. They should absolutely be considered the team to beat in the AFC.
But if I gave you $10 to bet on the winner of the AFC, would you put it on Denver? You may consider it. I don't know if you are.
Yeah, that's a tough one, too, because of what are the odds? Like, what are the odds that I'm getting on it? Because I'd imagine they're one of the 3 or 4 favorites.
They
so
can't
am I
be
going to
ahead
go
of Kansas City. Well, they might be actually ahead of Kansas City. That's a
see.
good question. Look up the odds.
I'd
I'm
imagine
curious about
Buffalo
this.
is still probably
Buffalo's
at the top of
one.
the list. Baltimore's one.
Baltimore, Buffalo.
Plus 470. Buffalo. So, yes, I would. To answer your question, I would. Holy shnikes. Yes, I absolutely would.
Where are they at?
This is, I don't know, this is a Sports Illustrated odds, so I don't know what book they're using.
I got DraftKings up. They are plus 1025 to win the AFC.
Absolutely. They're
How many
behind
teams ahead of
Houston,
them?
the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Pats, the Bills, and the Ravens. I absolutely would place
Seven
that bet.
teams you named? What
Yes.
did you name there?
Yeah.
7 teams
1,
ahead of
2,
the Broncos
3,
in the
4,
odds
5, 6,
category?
Their
16.
win total,
16?
their over-under right now is 9.5.
Yeah,
I think that's part of the division, though, too, right? Like Kansas City might be better to them.
Right, Chargers
could
have
maybe
been
get
good.
better.
Chargers beat them once last year. I think they split last year. We'll see how Vegas is. I'm not expecting a lot from Vegas. But, yeah, based on, like, if they were the favorite, I don't know how I feel about that.
Kind of crazy.
Just because the odds are plus 470, but to have the 7th odds in the AFC to win it, yeah, dude, I actually might go make that bet right now.
If you look starting on November 1st all the way through the bowl game, there were very few players in college football that played better than Arch Manning. This performance against A&M in the final game of the regular season, the performance against Michigan in the bowl game, he was lights out. If he can carry over some of that momentum into this upcoming season, the sky's the limit, because he's already faced the hardest thing you can face as a player, and that was doubt. Well, he got through that and became a stronger player as a result in the final few games of the season. So if he can just start where he finished, he's going to be in a great spot to potentially secure the Manning family's first Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, there's McElroy on the SEC Network on Arch Manning winning the Heisman. I'm not going to ask you the simple, like, Dirt, is Arch going to win the Heisman?
Will he or will he not?
I'll ask you this question. What conference does the Heisman winner come from?
Oh, that's a great question. That is a great question.
You going to bet against your boy?
I mean, I think the first thing in my mind is the Big Ten, because I have Jeremiah Smith to choose from.
Well, you also have his quarterback.
Julian Sayin was a finalist.
Yeah.
Indiana won the Heisman last year, so maybe they do it again.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I feel about Lincoln Riley as a head coach. One of the things he can do is have Heisman-winning quarterbacks, no matter how good or bad his team is, and he's got a starting quarterback returning. I have my guy back, who was knocking on the door until some late-season games and didn't quite make it as a finalist. When I look at the SEC, like, I don't laugh at the notion of Arch winning a Heisman. I think you go back to the end of last year and pull up his game logs from the last 5 to 6 weeks. He played really good football down the stretch for them. He got off to a brutal start, all the expectations, pressure of the world on him. So I don't laugh at the notion of him doing it this year. He's got to get off to a better start. Outside of that, from a quarterback standpoint in the SEC, and it is primarily a quarterback award, who else do you trust in the SEC? Sam Leavitt quit on his team and didn't stay healthy last year at ASU, so maybe he's the guy, but there's some doubt there.
Can I give you the odds?
Yeah, go ahead, fire away, because nobody's picking Gunnar Stockton to win the Heisman.
Who do you think is the favorite right now? I'm looking at FanDuel. We don't have FanDuel here, but, like, who do you think is the favorite on the FanDuel?
Is it Arch Manning?
It is not.
It is not Arch Manning.
It's not Arch
Is
Manning.
it Julian Sayin?
It is not.
No. Is it my guy?
It is not your guy.
It is not my guy either. Yeah. Jeremiah Smith, are we going wide receiver?
It is not.
Wow.
I know.
How far down the list are we going?
It's okay. It's college football. There's a million names. C.J. Carr.
Okay. Yeah.
Arch is second.
Not a conference.
Independent.
Darian
Mensah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Trinidad Chambliss. Jeremiah Smith. Julian Sayin. Dante Moore. All tied for 13-1.
13-1 odds. Okay.
Hoover is 15-1. Stockton's 20. Keelan Russell 22, Mayava 25-1. If you like Lincoln Riley,
those are good odds.
That's great odds.
If you're looking to gamble on it.
Leavitt is tied with Mayava at 25, Mateer 25, Marcel Reed at A&M is 30-1.
Yeah.
Malachi Toney 35-1. Bryce Underwood 35-1. Lenore Sellers is 40-1.
Don't Bryce Underwood to win the Heisman Trophy.
Certainly will not.
Don't save your money or donate it to my Venmo.
Certainly will not.
If you'd prefer. But Arch winning the Heisman.
So what conference are you picking?
I think I'm going to go the Big Ten still because
10.
of all the quarterbacks I got to play with. I think I'll go Big Ten. Although Independent is throwing a bit of a wrinkle at me.
Yeah.
Arch winning the Heisman would be a pretty funny storyline. After everybody kind of punted on him early last year, if he came out, won the Heisman, and becomes the number 1 overall pick, it'd be a bit of a quick redemption arc for him.
Also, him having the only Heisman of the Mannings is pretty nuts, isn't it?
His Peyton was Eli wasn't a finalist, was
No.
he? I know Peyton was, but I don't remember Eli being a finalist.
Order up!
I feel like it's going to be a great, competition battle. I feel like it's going to be great.
one, for JJ to get that, competition in that room, for him to, have to step up his game a little bit and have to just, be that dog and have to come to training camp every single day with that on his mind, that, pretty much treating training camp like a game every single day. Just coming in and trying to make the most plays possible, making the right reads, being that leader that we need him to be. And for K1, it's just all about coming in and being that leader that we expect him to be. Obviously, with the things that he already have done already in the league, we know he's a playmaker. It's just all about coming to this team with that leadership role that we really need to fill in. And I feel like it's just going to be a great battle all in all. I'm excited to see, just the guys flying around and feeling the energy of those two guys going at it all training camp.
That is Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings on the quarterback battle between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. Reportedly, this decision will not be made until right before week 1.
We're going to play it all the way out, all the way through training camp.
Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings going to have to make a choice. I will still lay all my money on Kyler Murray.
Wait, hold on. I'm talking to my sources. I'm getting breaking news. Hold on. Wait for the report to come in. Okay, Kyler Murray has been named the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, according to my sources.
Hold on.
This is big news. Check your sources, too.
I got to text the GM of the Vikings.
Check your sources. Get on the phone with him for 2 hours. Let me know if he corroborates, but I believe...
Yeah, he said don't share it on the air, but right now Kyler Murray, the
Okay.
general manager of the Minnesota Vikings, just texted me back and
Don't tell anybody, but Kyler Murray is going to be this. Nobody's listening.
Okay.
We're fine. Nobody can hear this right
Good
now.
to know.
Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback of the Vikings.
Yeah.
What a big announcement. Who could have seen that coming? The Niners not going to win the job? I, for one, am shocked. Why do we do that?
I think it made us really hungry. It really did. And even though we had a winning record and we were 9-8, it wasn't good enough. We came in 4th place in our division, and it's really, we came up short in a lot of ways. And finding a way to win our division first, again, get back on top of our division. We had won it 2 years prior, and finding a way to win that division and then see what happens when you get into the playoffs. But yeah, we're hungry, man. We really are, and certainly excited to get after it.
Dirt, who was that?
That was Jared Goff.
Correctamundo. Dikembe Mutombo. Jared Goff on missing the playoffs last year.
He's got a bit of a lisp. His voice is pretty easy for me to identify. I don't know if lisp is the right word. He's got a...
I think the record in division, like the citing the division, also helped a lot.
Yeah, 9-8, but we didn't make the playoffs. You're like, that doesn't happen very often in many divisions unless you were in the NFC North last year.
They're such an interesting team. They've lost their starting cornerback to potential kidnapping.
Yeah, not good.
Can't wait to see the Seahawks pick him up off the scrap heap. Sure, that won't make anybody feel uncomfortable.
He's also very weird in himself. He's almost a microcosm of their season because if you look at his stat line, you're like, Jesus, Goff had a good year.
But the good teams, he sucked.
He was terrible in big moments.
The bad teams.
Yeah,
right?
he had 34 touchdowns and 8 picks. He was second in the league in passing yard. Like, he had a great year. And then you pull up the game log, and you're like, when you played the Packers, you didn't throw a touchdown pass. On Thanksgiving Day, you did. Like, he had some really big
game at
clunkers
Philly, or is it the Green Bay game I'm thinking of when he played in some cold weather? He was abysmal.
There was a cold weather game late in the season for them. What was it? I know what you're talking about.
It was a prime game, wasn't it, or something? And I remember just watching. Go, God, he is terrible in this game.
I'm just pulling up the game log. So they played Christmas Day against the Vikings, and he was atrocious. He had 190 yards through 2 picks. They lost.
That wouldn't be cold weather.
J.J. McCarthy, it's in a dome.
Domes.
They went to Philly. The middle of November, he was 14 of 37.
Yeah, that's the game.
With a touchdown and a pick.
He was so bad in that game.
The game early against Green Bay in week 1, he was really bad. Some bloated numbers against bad teams. But as a whole, when you look at it, he had a good year, but not great in big moments.
Would you bet him to win their division this year?
Yeah, I'd have no problem with that. I mean, 9-8, they lost some one-score games last season. If you go back and look, Minnesota somehow beat them twice despite not being great. Philly shut them down defensively. The 2 Green Bay games were relatively close. The later one a little bit closer. So I think you look for a one-score bounce back there. I certainly don't love that your corners are getting arrested in the offseason and now they're not on the team anymore. But I still largely love your offensive line. I love your wide receiver room. Jahmyr Gibbs is one of the best playmakers in the league. I still believe in Dan Campbell. They got to figure out the coordinator stuff. Ended up being a bit of a storyline for them last season. But yeah, man, when I look at the North, that's the beauty of that division. I think you can make an argument. Hell, even for Minnesota, if you get somewhat of the version of Kyler from 3 years ago where he's competent and you have Justin Jefferson, you can make an argument. That's the beauty of the NFC North, as I see it. It's totally wide open.
If we can leave year one and have a foundation of who we are, our identity, proof of concept offensively, defensively. The wins will take care of themselves as long as our identity is what it is. If we are physically and mentally tough, if we are detailed, if we are player-led, if we are connected as a team, if we win in the margins, if we take care of what we have to take care of from a detail standpoint, I love where our talent is. We're plenty talented enough to go win every single game. Year one will be successful if we leave it and we know exactly who we are and we've got proof of concept to continue to build to.
That's new Auburn coach Alex Golesh at SEC Media Day on what to expect in year one or what to look for in year one for the War Eagle.
It's an interesting year for them. He brought his transfer quarterback. I gave you the Alabama high school recruiting player rankings and where the kids are committing. None of the top 15 are going to Alabama. Like 4 of them are going to Auburn, so he's winning recruiting battles. That kid, remember, they were a playoff, not dark horse, maybe not the right word.
That kid he should have been considered.
He had some great moments. They pulled off big upsets
early.
early in the year. They eventually got drilled by Miami, and then their season kind of, tail spun from there. But they got off to such a good start early in the season last year.
Yep.
He's everything we hear about this guy is he's a great offensive mind. He's a good recruiter. He's one of these dynamic personalities. And so Auburn is a very unique place where they've always been second fiddle in their own state. And I know they've won a national championship beating my team, and they got to another one, damn near beating Florida State. But now with the lay of the land in recruiting and kind of where things are at, it seems like there's a bit of a door open. I don't know what to expect from Alabama this year. If they come out and surprise, you could build a crazy amount of momentum. I really like that hire based on what he accomplished at South Florida, and I'm curious to see what he does in year one down there.
And our final one on Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague.
Order up! Everywhere I go, TV, media, everybody wants to talk about the landscape of college football. And it's sad that what's forgotten, what wins games. Maybe that becomes boring, maybe that becomes mundane, but not at our place. I don't enjoy talking about all these things that are the landscape of college football. I enjoy talking about what wins and what allows our team to have the best chance. The consistency and performance is probably what I'm most proud of over the last 10 to 11 years, including this season. And the consistency and performance is what Georgia's been built on. Can we repeatedly do and be successful regardless of who comes in and out of your program?
There is Kirby Smart at SEC Media Day, and I could not agree more with Kirby Smart. I disagree with his NCAA breakaway thing if it's just the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
But amen, brother. I feel like half of the segments we do, it's like, hey, coming up next, Ross Dellinger with a report.
Right.
God, I don't care.
Right.
The percentage splits between the TV media right. I don't care.
We'll talk football, man.
I just want to talk about the teams.
We'll
I like
football.
speculating and picking and guessing and is this team going to live up to the hype? Is that team going to disappoint? Like I like talking about that stuff far more than diving into this nerdy, just numbers-based, like how to fix college football stuff.
Georgia is still one of the best programs in the country, and somehow they have won the SEC in back-to-back years and not won a playoff game. And it sounds dumb because he just won 2 national titles, but all of a sudden there's like a, hey, what's wrong down here takeaway, because that's the way they operate in the SEC. And they got a very interesting year ahead for them, man. Gunnar Stockton back. He's like 37 years old, driving a 1984 pickup truck. He's one of those prototypical, like, yep, that's a Georgia quarterback right there. Still loaded with talent, questions at the wide receiver room, but the SEC seems, unless you fully believe in Texas, wide open for them again to go win it for a 3rd consecutive year.
Yeah. There we go. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. We do it every day at 7 a.m. We roll on hour number 2 on 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Timbers fans won't get to see their new head coach Marty Cifuentes for a little while longer as the team navigates his work visa approval process, but they will get to see their team take the Providence Park field tonight for the first time in over a month. They host FC Dallas 7:30. You'll hear it right here on the Fan. Pregame coverage at 6:30 immediately following primetime, which you can go visit live on location today at the Kingston Bar and Grill starting at 3. Portland Fire guard Bridget Carlton set to compete in Friday's three-point contest, part of the WNBA All-Star festivities in Chicago. First up, though, Carlton leading her team against the Dallas Wings tonight at Moda Center. 7 o'clock tip. Coverage on 910 ESPN. Portland starts at 6:45. Dallas 5.5-point favorites. Veterans report to Seahawks training camp this Friday, but the team made a roster move, adding former Oregon Ducks cornerback Brandon Johnson and releasing tight end Harrison Bryant. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
Fantastic.
Welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague here on a beautiful, happy hump day. The weather outside right now is exactly how it was my entire time in Vietnam.
It's hot as balls.
Warm,
Muggy.
little muggy,
Yeah.
and hazy, but Vietnam's haze is not from forest fires, it's from pollution.
Oh, okay. Well,
And sometimes you'd smell toilets.
none of it's good to breathe in either way.
But there
Haze
were
is not
beautiful
good.
spots over there, I would say.
You get a little bit of a clearing. I enjoyed this one at the Fan text line. I get the Dirt went to Oregon, so he's automatically arrogant, self-righteous fan. But he talks like Oregon is Ohio State, Michigan, or Alabama. Know your role. You aren't them, kid.
I love a good know your role. I wish you would have finished it like The Rock. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I also enjoy being called a kid when I'm nearly 40 with a second kid on the way, so I appreciate that. You better be over the age of 60 if you're calling me kid in a text message. First off. Second, you're a Beaver fan. Are you going to win 3 games this year?
Whoa.
I mean, I'm sorry.
What if they're not?
They are. They are.
We're winning 5.
I can't hear you from down there.
Wish my daddy funded my life.
It's really fun, dude.
It is.
It's really
It does.
fun.
It looks fun. It looks
It's
like
really
fun.
enjoyable.
We shame people who are rich and have their parents pay for everything, and then it's like, but I bet it's awesome.
I just sent, so there's a stand-up comedian who's from Seattle. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but I just sent it to Swag. We can play it at some point, but he does like, he puts college football stuff into his bits.
Does he have glasses?
Yes, and he had a great...
I wanted to get this guy on because I think he's a Northwest.
He does
a lot of the local clubs here and in Washington.
Yes, he was just doing a show in Eugene,
Yeah,
and he had a
okay,
great... So I just sent it to Swag to play because it was a hilarious shot at my program.
Well, I mean, look, you gotta have fun, right? That's what makes everything great.
You gotta poke fun.
College football and Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague coverage on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And want to remind you guys.
What else is happening?
Well, there's a couple reminders.
What?
Happy 1-year anniversary to 105.1 The Fan. Binary Brewing and The Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA, available for a limited time. Taste The Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their Only Fan. So good, only The Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off.
God bless the beaver.
And this afternoon, Isaac and Suk will be live out at the Kingston Bar and Grill across from Providence as they have their first home game post the World Cup. And we got a manager.
No, we don't. I mean, we do, but we don't. We do, but we don't.
No, they announced it.
Yes, but we don't have him yet. He's not here. He's not coaching yet.
What?
We can't get him in. We got to get him stateside. He's not in the States yet. Can't get him into the country.
Where is he?
Swigard?
Where in the world is...
I don't know. I've heard multiple things, but I know...
What?
They can't figure out his visa. They can't get him in.
He
He's not
doesn't
coaching.
have a work visa. They are navigating the approval process for a work visa.
Is he white?
Yes.
His skin?
Yes.
And he's not here yet?
No.
It's a little shocking.
We
right
got a
now.
hang up right now. We can't get him on.
Usually that process is a little quicker.
Can we fast track this? Huh? Where's the TSA when you need it?
What's his name? Johannes Fuentes?
Marty Cifuentes.
Marty Cifuentes.
Marti.
That's such a fun name to say.
Marty?
Marty.
We got a Marty party?
We got a
Cifuentes.
Marty McFly.
Love that.
Cifuentes.
Marty's a cool name. You
Marty's
want
a
to talk
great
about
name.
cool names for your second kid.
I'm not gonna lie. Marty's been kicked around.
Like, and I hope you don't make it a Martin. I hope you
No,
actually,
just
his
Marty.
legal name is
Marty
Marty.
Johnson.
Marty
Marty Johnson.
Marty Johnson is hosting a game
Dude,
show
he is
He
somewhere.
absolutely is. You got to go Y, right?
Yes.
It has to go Y.
What's
Yeah.
the other alternative?
I mean, you could go IE. Marty.
No.
Oh, yeah, I lose respect for your Marty if you're an
What about a
IE.
double E? Marty.
Well, if I saw that on
You gotta go wide.
if you saw it on a roll call sheet, right? You're a teacher.
Yeah.
If I saw that, I'd say Marte Johnson.
Marte. You go Marte. Yeah.
Yeah, if I saw double E,
Yeah, probably.
I don't know if my brain would like make me go E.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm doing that.
Marty's a solid name.
Marty is a solid name.
Every Marty that I hear of, I think good things about.
Oh, really?
I do.
You know a lot of Martys?
Marty McFly, great guy.
All-timer.
Saved his family.
Do you know any other
Saved the world. Marty Smith, ESPN.
Right.
Phenomenal Marty.
Marty Party.
Been a friend of the program. We've
He
had him
is.
on. We've talked about his hair.
Yes.
He's got a great head of hair. I got no problem there.
If Smear's name isn't Marty,
Do I know any other Martys? I
you
don't know.
dropped the ball.
How many other famous Martys are there?
Is there any pro athletes named Marty?
I think there's been people who have got, like Marty Standish was a great little Winterhawk back in the day.
He was.
Beloved fan favorite, tiny guy. I don't know if his legal name was Marty.
It was like a nickname?
I don't
Well,
know.
it might be Martin.
It might have been Martin.
Like a lot of times
I have
Martin-
tiny legs and I'm fat.
Yeah.
What about Martin St. Louis? Did he ever go by Marty?
He does go by
He
Marty.
goes by Marty.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
if you're
they
a
call
Martin,
him-
you
You go
probably
by
go
Marty?
by
Yeah,
Marty.
Marty
yeah.
St. Louis.
So that I think you count the Martins out there.
Did Martin Brodeur go by Marty Brodeur?
No.
No, I don't remember him going by that.
Would have probably been better than Hasek if he had.
Would have won a few.
That's what I would say. So go hang out. And when do we get our coach? When does that start?
I don't know. We got to get him in.
We have a coach and we can't get him in the country?
We can't get him in the country. He's not coaching. They're playing tonight. He's not there.
I don't know.
Who do they play?
Although the last time
FC
we played,
Dallas.
we didn't have a coach and we hung like half 100 on Seattle. So
Exactly.
maybe we're just let the who was the what's the Blazer coach
Well,
who did the
Billups
one
got
game?
arrested by the feds, and then Splitter ended up just being fine.
That is very true.
So maybe you don't need. Maybe we don't
Caleb
need Marty.
Canales, just keep Caleb
There you
Canales
go.
rolling out there,
Well,
getting us
Jack
some dubs.
Cassidy will be down there again doing his
There
thing.
you go.
Do it, Jack. Do it. Get it done tonight.
Go enjoy beverage at the Kingston with Isaac and Suk, and then enjoy some Timbers night. Should be a nice evening. I think it's going to be hot, but
What time's the game start?
7:30
Yeah,
Okay.
7
ish.
You'll get a sunset at least shortly after that. So
7:30 on a Wednesday.
you got to do it.
Yeah.
It's 100 degrees out. You can't play at 5 o'clock.
Did they delay it because of the weather?
They do that all the time. Yeah.
That's
That-
usually when they
Oh,
play
okay.
weeknight games.
Hey, I'm not.
It's 2 hours.
Get your
in,
goalkeeper
get out.
nonsense out of here. All right. This is a football conversation. You see your way out the door.
football.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Not football.
Swag and I are in lockstep. We know what's going on with the Timbers.
Shut up, you Palace fan. Did a intern ruin a big surprise? Did you see this in the association? So everybody's
did.
awaiting LeBron James. We played the commissioner yesterday. I actually needed to make a decision to make a schedule because my entire league's dependent on a 41-year-old. Okay. Multiple reports coming out. Let's start with the first one. The first one is that Rich Paul on his podcast just openly said he made his mind up and then he changed his mind. Now he's reconsidering.
Ooh, so he had a pick,
So
and
he
now
knew
he's
he wanted
going
to
back
go.
on. Maybe this was the pick, and then he saw the announcement, and he said, "Oh, not so fast, my friend. I can't trust you."
No, I think it basically people are trying to piece together things because he said at FanFest, "You know my decision if you've read the tea leaves." And if you tell me you made a decision and then you backed out of it to reconsider, I think that was Cleveland, and now you're like, do I really want to end in Cleveland?
Do I really want to live in
I
Cleveland?
brought him a title, like
for 2
it
more
ended
years.
pretty well.
It did, yeah.
I don't want to be the 42-year-old. So maybe it's Miami. And Miami is the reason that it's being brought up is they posted on their YouTube video feed a video scheduled to play on July 27th, 5 days from now, titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference.
Oopsie.
Everybody caught wind of this. The Miami Heat had to instantly delete it.
No. It was just precautionary.
That's what they said. They said the reason it got sent out was they were preparing in case he is deciding.
It was
in
just
Miami.
a placeholder in our back end scheduling thing, so we're prepared if we get the phone call.
Now, there's somebody from the Dan Lebitard show down in Miami that is claiming he's heard enough to say that it is Miami.
Don't go to Miami. That sucks.
I mean, if you want to golf.
You're a year away from golfing whenever you want.
Yeah, but that
One
handy
more
don't
year.
jump to 8 if you take a year off.
Go hit some balls. Get a bucket of balls. You'll be fine, LeBron.
Get a simulator in your house.
He's got I guarantee
Probably
he has
has
one.
one.
You're fine.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire. He'll be all right. He can golf wherever he wants.
Dude.
Flying in and out of town. It's the winter anyways.
That fighter, UFC fighter Nate Diaz, have you seen this? He had a simulator built in his, he's got one of those big garage sheds,
Mm-hmm.
A massive simulator, and I just was so jealous.
That looks pretty awesome.
God, can you imagine just being out there at 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, it'd be nice. I
Just
saw
hitting a bucket.
They always try and target you with the ads. I saw one for an inflatable one for your backyard, and I'm like, there's no way that
it
works
sucks.
efficiently. But
You know it sucks.
God, it looks.
If you
the
do it,
idea of it seems very intriguing.
if I did it, I'd want to do it right.
Yes, you'd want to go all in.
You got to make, you got
drop
to put
40 grand on it.
I mean, I know somebody that has one in Happy Valley, and I don't think it was 40. I think it was 11.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how
And it's a good one.
high tech everything is going to be, how many courses you have, all that. They can
Sure.
add up pretty quickly.
Sure.
I just don't want them to go to Miami. That's stupid. Miami doesn't care about the heat. It's a bad fan base. We already saw the Miami thing. There's no sentimentality there. I don't want Giannis and Bam and LeBron, just three giant humans who aren't great. I mean, LeBron's the best shooter of the bunch. I don't want that. Give me the sentiment of Cleveland, the uniqueness of Philadelphia. I want to end with something either that actually feels good in the heart or is new and unique that we haven't seen before.
So we'll have to wait and see if the Miami Heat accidentally leaked their announcement of LeBron at a press conference. I read this last night, and I had to do a double take very quickly in the association. The NBA, or not the NBA, the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame announced that they're creating a Steph Curry exhibit.
Okay.
And it's going to be opened in Springfield, Massachusetts at the end of this week. And I believe he is the only active player to have something in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
Really?
Yeah.
Like an exhibit? Because I'd imagine other guys' gear goes.
It's
Like
the
if Bam
first
scores
time-
80, does he send his shoes kind of thing?
Well, no, this is like an entirely dedicated thing
Just
to
for
Steph
Steph Curry.
Curry. It's the first time in 75 years that an active player will be honored within the walls of a dedicated exhibit in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
How about that? I mean, it's pretty remarkable. He's changed the game, you can argue, as much as anybody in the modern history of the NBA, and has been one of the most influential players we have ever seen in the league. And it trickles all the way down to youth basketball and kids wanting to shoot half-court shots. So I don't blame you. It's just unique that he's the only one in all that time.
Are they just going to announce that he's in the Hall of Fame while he's there? Because why would you not? I mean, it's going to
Are they going to let Draymond Green come in and mop the floors? Hang the pictures on the wall and then leave?
Getting Draymond
Thanks for your
Green-
contributions, Draymond. This guy carried your entire career.
Is there a backpack of Draymond Green hanging up on the wall?
You're the backpack, bro.
It's just Draymond as a backpack?
If you got drafted by Sacramento, you're just a bigger version of Dylan Brooks, you jackass. Nobody knows who
That
you
is
are.
so disrespectful, but
No,
also probably
it is
not
so
wrong.
true. He can't
It's probably not wrong.
shoot.
I know.
He has no offensive game to speak of whatsoever.
Well, he sets great screens, and he's a good passer.
You know what helps to set great screens with? Shooters! Maybe the greatest of all time, who now has a Hall of Fame exhibit.
We got shooters.
Acting
Let's
like
go.
you're a top 20 player in the history of the league because you won championships. Sit down.
Put that as a poll question. Draymond Green's drafted in Sacramento. Is he Dylan Brooks? A lot more to get into. Lance Taylor's going to join us at the top of the hour. He is one of the hosts of Next Round Live, a great college football-based show in the South. We taped an interview with him yesterday after the show, so we're going to dive into college football coming up at the top of the hour. Dirt and Sprague, it is 7:41 on the Fan. We'll run down a couple things here. We'll talk with Lance Taylor, dive into some college football. John Summerall, the new coach of the Florida Gators, is really pushing my theory of like the tanner the coach, the better the program sits.
He's very tan.
He is super
Very
tan. So either Florida is going to be an underrated wagon this year, and he just told us with his look, right. Or my theory is a little incorrect and not perfect.
God, Lanning better show up in Chicago next week as a White Walker, man. Don't be playing with me, dude. There is too much at stake this year, Dan. Don't let me down.
By the way, one of our P1s, Rich, I appreciate and kind of hate this. He sent us that he has a simulator in his backyard in Scappoose.
Yeah, he built one.
I mean, it's...
Looks like it gets the job done. That's all that matters. I asked him the price
I
tag.
hate
I want to know.
this.
You don't got to tell me a specific dollar amount, but give me a ballpark. What ballpark are we in right now? Can you put me in left field? Just give me a gist of how much that's going to cost.
By the way, a couple of Martys we omitted. Marty Johnson, a legendary Sheldon High School football coach. Dusty would obviously know that.
Yes, he would.
Yep.
Shout out to Sheldon High School.
And our overlord, Mr. Cooley, is Marty McSorley, which is a hockey player I looked up.
I was surprised you didn't bring up Marty McSorley. In hindsight, after the segment.
Yeah, I know. I should have.
I think he retired in 1999, so I was.
Yeah, he was Wayne Gretzky's protector there with the Oilers.
We also had listeners chime in with Marty Scorsese.
I mean, it's the greatest Marty of all the Martys.
How do we forget Marty Scorsese? Man, that's a big one. That's a big kahuna right there.
That feels like a bad.
That's an omission.
Yeah,
that's our bad. Hand up.
That's a bad one.
That one's on us. We'll be better from here on out.
Yeah, Marty, the poll question is up, by the way. What should Dirt name his second child?
Yes.
These are your four options. Are you ready?
What do we got?
Okay, so Dirt's expecting sometime in the mid to late September, early October zone. So we won't have Dirt. He's going to be out.
I won't get to come on maybe and laugh about USC losing again to Oregon and now making it 11 straight years that they have not beaten the Ducks.
Or you timed it well, USC beat you, and you're like, thank God I don't got to talk about that.
I'll see you in 3 weeks.
But I will tell you this. If USC beats Oregon this year and Dirt is gone, I don't care if it's 8 weeks, 5 weeks, 4 weeks, or 2. It will be a topic on his first show. I don't care what Oregon has done since. Right. It'll be a topic.
They could have run the table.
I want
Ohio
Danny
State,
Meringue.
Michigan, everybody.
Look, he half-assed the paint last year. Danny Meringue did a terrible job. He didn't pay it off for weeks. He waited. It was just a little there was no actual face painting involved.
It was
He
pretty bad.
absolutely lowballed that, and he should look in the mirror and question himself and his integrity. When we make that bet and when Oregon beats USC again this year, I want him to wait to pay off the bet until my first day back if I am out for that show.
Right.
Don't be paying that off while I'm not here. I want to see that green and yellow face, baby.
We'll make him do it again if he tries to
double dip the chip.
Slide that under the radar.
Will we?
Yeah.
We'll see. What name should @Dieter Johnson pick for his second child? Marty.
Marty's in the mix now. I got to text the wife, see how she feels about Marty.
It's an adorable little name to say.
Now, let me ask you this, though. Can I ask this? Is Marty too hot right now? Wasn't the movie named Marty Supreme?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that too am I jumping on a bandwagon here?
No.
It's like becoming all of a sudden
that's
I'm a
not your
fan.
inspiration for it, so I think
okay. If you heard that I decided to name my kid Marty, would your thought go to the movie?
Not necessarily.
No.
Okay. I'm just asking. I never saw the movie. So
I saw the movie. I enjoyed the movie.
I don't think the movie's going to be that iconic all time to
No, certainly not.
Yeah.
You're probably right. You also didn't watch it. It's a good little movie. Okay, so here are your options.
She's playing ping pong.
I think there's a name that you're putting on this list that's more in line with what you're asking.
Ooh.
Okay, so here are your four options.
All right, we got Marty.
Marty.
Marty's in there.
Do we have Milton? Or
Wyatt.
Wyatt.
Milt's not going to happen. I want Milt.
Rudy.
Yeah.
Rudy's not going to happen.
He's 5'0", 100-something.
You hung in with the greatest team in the land for 2 years.
Charlie or Chuck, depending on what you're going to call.
Could go either way.
Becomes a Chuck, starts as a Charlie. Those are your four options at Dirt and Sprague. Right now, Wyatt is running away with it.
Yeah.
That's the name. If you're worried about Marty, am I jumping on a trend? You live in Portland. You live in Eastmoreland. There is, without a doubt, at least 6 other Wyatts.
You think there's a lot of Wyatts in Portland?
Yeah.
I think Wyatt is a...
Has Wyatt become a popular
Wyatt's
name?
become a popular name.
Those are the kind of the names that
right
they're
up
coming
there
up
with
with
Liam
now.
and Ethan
Yeah,
right now.
Ethans and Liams. And there's certain names, and Wyatt is definitely in that box.
I'm going to look up see if I can find the top baby boy names of Oregon of 2025.
Oh, that's a good one.
See if I can find that. There's got to be a list out there, right?
There is a list.
Caleb's got to still
All right,
be
here
on
we
there.
go. According to the most popular Baby Bowie names in Oregon in 2025. You ready for this? Oliver, number 1.
Where is this? Oh, I know an Oliver kid.
Ollie.
This is according to, I don't know. It's
Ollie. You're going to call him Ollie? I wouldn't call him Ollie.
Well, evidently I've already done this because Theodore was number 2. Although he was 2024, we jumped the trend. You bastards jumping on our bandwagon. Liam, 3. Nailed it.
Great job.
See how many others you can guess in the top 10. Fire away. What else do you think are popular names?
I think Jacob.
No Jacob.
Oh, okay.
Some of them are, there is a Jack that's close. Jack was a top 10er.
Okay.
Henry is in there.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. Wyatt, Henry,
Noah,
Theodore,
Mateo.
Yeah.
We have a neighbor kid named Mateo. Benjamin, Hudson, and William.
See, Wyatt is in that category. It might not be on the list, but it's in the category.
I don't know how a white Moses would look, but I did contemplate Moses, and then when we moved into our house, the kid
Pilots
across
had
the
a white Moses on the basketball team for a couple years. Moses Wood.
There's a kid across the street from us. His name is Moses, and I thought, damn it, now I can't do that one. That one's off the list. But Moses Johnson was, I entertained the idea. Acronym MJ. Stick out your tongue. I believe I can fly.
I don't know if this was a song from church camp I went to once or a church that I attended when I was a child, but there was a song about Moses.
Church camp. Good times.
Pharaoh.
Is there a video of you?
That might be.
I want to see you at church camp.
With a spin on Louie. That's fantastic.
That was a real song.
You're in there clapping around with your robe on in the back. Yeah. Pharaoh. Woo! Party the CEE.
Oh, my God. Have you seen Four Christmases with Vince Vaughn?
It's one of the all-time great movies.
It's got to be an
moments.
adaptation, right? What?
You've never seen Four Christmases?
With
What
Reese
is the matter
Witherspoon.
with
It came out years ago.
I know of it. I
It's a
haven't
good
seen
movie.
it.
It's a
The
good Christmas
church
movie.
scene in that movie is like one of the funniest scenes
I would
ever.
say if you wanted to know what I was like at church camp, go rewatch Vince Vaughn as the father of Jesus in that scene because he's not religious when he came in.
No.
But he starts performing and he's like,
Yeah.
he starts leaning into it. That was me at church camp.
We must protect this baby.
Oh, White Moses. That's great.
White
you should have
Moses.
put it on the list.
Moses
is better than Rudy.
Can you do the name in the neighborhood if there's already another kid and then you're like, hey, here's our new baby. By the way, we use the same name as you. I feel weird about that. I don't know why, but I feel weird about that.
Well, there's speculation in our family that people have accused us of stealing somebody else's name idea.
You've had these accusations.
I've heard through the grapevine, and I remember the moment. That's not accurate at all.
So somebody else had the same name as one of your girls?
They were thinking about it.
This
And
is
then
your
we were
7
like-
situation. They threw 7 out and they stole 7, huh?
It's probably a two sides thing. They feel differently than we do, but I completely disagree. I actually took a lot of pride in our kids' names.
Yeah. Johnny Johnson. People are texting in Finn. I appreciate it.
Johnny Johnson. JJ?
We had a Johnny Johnson
I have
in
a
Oregon.
nephew named JJ.
Johnny Johnson was a wide receiver
Well, there
in the
was
Crystal Ball era.
Sonic player from, I think, the championship era in the late 70s, Johnny Johnson.
Your kid is bright beach blonde hair. You having another one that looks exactly like Teddy, but his name is Moses
Would be pretty funny, would it not be?
It's a funny
It'd be pretty
outcome.
funny, would it not? You want him to part the sea? He'll part the sea for you, buddy.
Can we call him Mo Johnson?
Dude, Mo, yeah, I'd have no problem with that.
Great Mo's. Mo Vaughn, Mo Cheeks.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Mo's in The Simpsons?
Mo, yeah.
Yeah.
Mo's Bar.
That's got to count for something, right? That's
Dude.
out there.
Mo Johnson.
I loved Mo. Who didn't love Mo Vaughn?
I loved Mo
Who
Vaughn.
didn't love
The elbow pad.
I don't care who
the
you rooted
stance.
for. He was a bulldog.
Boston was irrelevant.
Mo
when that
Johnson's
era
a
was
fullback at Cleveland,
happening.
isn't
Dude,
he?
absolutely
Another
is.
one of their 1-9 seasons. Dude, he is blocking through the A gap, though, baby. He
Dude.
took that middle linebacker out.
I'll tell you right now,
That's my boy!
Mo Johnson is Portland's Cam Scattaboo. That
Yes.
kid might not have all of it upstairs.
There's some
but he will hit
CTE
you
involved.
hard.
There's some CTE, but he'll run your ass over, all right?
Mo Johnson.
Head on a swivel when he's coming through the hole.
Oh, we should have added Mo to that. That's a great one. All right, loaded third hour. We're going to talk with Lance Taylor. We got Status Story in the fourth hour, but Lance Taylor, one of the hosts of Next Round Live, a great show down south that talks college football, SEC Media Day, a lot in the landscape of college football. Lance Taylor, Hour 3. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1, The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Do not
Go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshome.services.com.
Marsh squibs it to third. Muncie in the glove, and Crawford's caught between third and home. The throw to Rushing. He runs down the line, pumps a throw, gives it to Betts. Crawford is tagged. Runner between second and third. Real Muto. He's caught up the bag. He's out at second, and the ball game is over.
Stephen Nelson, AM 570. Friend of the program, I think. We haven't had him on in a while.
I think he still counts. He's come on enough times over the years.
I'll reach out to him. We'll get him on at some point. Dodgers radio. The Phillies base running ended the game. The Dodgers beat the Phils.
Something funny about watching major leaguers make little leaguer mistakes. Like, how do you run into the last out in a jam? You decide to turn around and go back to second base. JT Realmuto's been a really good player for a really long time, and his brain just stopped working for a moment.
Who's stinking it up? The Phillies base running, brought to you by our great friends at Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure the AC is working smoothly. Super hot right now. It's a little sticky. The humidity is going. The fire smoke is hazy. Stay cool. They have a tune-up special now for just $89. Three Mountains certified techs ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainhomeservices.com.
Hey, everybody.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Timbers fans will get to see their team at home on the Providence Park pitch for the first time in over a month. They will not get to see new head coach Marty Cifuentes just yet. They're still working out his work visa approval. Kickoff 7:30. You'll hear it right here on the Fan. Pregame coverage at 6:30 immediately following primetime, which you can visit in person today. Live on location at the Kingston Bar and Grill starting at 3 o'clock. Portland Fire Guard Bridget Carlton set to compete in the All-Star three-point contest this weekend, part of the WNBA's All-Star festivities in Chicago. First up, though, Carlton leading her Fire against the Dallas Wings tonight at Moda Center, 7 o'clock tip. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Coverage begins at 6:45. The Fire, 5.5-point underdogs. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan. 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. It is our 1-year anniversary on FM and doing a 4-hour show.
Fantastic.
So you can go ahead and send your gifts in, all right? Bring me a breakfast burrito or something. I do appreciate all the baby name texts coming in. Pretty solid. We've also forgot Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, R.I.P.
Marty Schottenheimer.
How can we forget about old Marty Schottenheimer?
Through our cracks.
By the way, real quick, I know we got to get to Lance Taylor, and I don't – look, we recorded the interview.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
I don't want to ruin any part of the last 2 hours of the program. I'm going to go stat or story today.
Yeah, we do.
Did you see the delightful little Brandon Sprague news drop that we got in the NFL?
No. What happened?
Oh, we didn't.
No.
Oh.
Do we have breaking news?
I think we have a bit of breaking news, boys.
Do we? I did not. I've not been on Twitter.
I need to play it.
Yeah, play the sound.
After being mocked and ridiculed for about a week straight, Brandon Sprague continues to be right.
Oh.
Another NFL team building another stadium in a cold weather climate, adding a roof. Kansas City Chiefs, welcome.
Oh, they're doing a dome?
To the Sprague experience.
Cowards. Your fans' arms used to fall off. We used to be a proper country.
Not trying to be a chotch.
What happened to us,
Let's put Mahomes throwing the ball in minus 18 degrees.
How about
climate
that is
controlled?
Such a good draw.
67-degree temperatures with no weather problems.
Swags put
Bro,
a
I
dome
really
on it.
don't care.
Is the all-timer, dude. That is such a
What do you
good
mean you
drop.
don't care? Don't be mad at me.
Yeah, it's
Cleveland.
Bunch of
Put a
candy.
dome on
You know
it.
why?
Kansas City.
You know what's happening here? This
They
is
get
why.
it.
This is why China's dominating us.
This is why.
We've gone soft, huh? Gone soft.
Yeah.
Bunch of candy asses. Get outside, play in the cold, lose your fingers. All right, our forefathers used to. I did not see that. Did they officially announce it? Like the renderings are out. And
The
everything?
renderings came out, Schefter, and people were like,
It's the least
wait a
surprising
minute.
thing ever. Kansas City wants to host a Final Four in a Super Bowl.
That's a dome?
You can only do that if you have a dome.
Well, aren't they Kansas City a name only now? Aren't they relocating?
I don't know. Which side of the state are they going to build? Are they building
I
in
always go to
Missouri
the
or are they going to
Kansas
Kansas?
side.
I think
They're
they're going to the
going
Kansas
Kansas
side,
side,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. But they're still going to be the Kansas City Chiefs.
It's a very that whole thing has always confused me.
Incredibly confusing. The Kansas City's
I always
in
get
Missouri.
I get backwards
and it's
sometimes.
literally it's like Portland to Vancouver. It's like you're right there, but it's Kansas. It's like
Yeah, but there's no river. There's no
there's no river
At
breakthrough.
one point,
yeah.
you're like, nope, you're in Missouri. Nope, you're
So
in
just
Kansas.
imaginary
you're just
line?
driving. But there's a
Yeah.
line somewhere. There's
It's a
like
unique
signs
thing.
up on the freeway when you go from one state to
It
the
says
other.
welcome
but-
to Missouri or welcome to Kansas. I'll never forget my brother lived in Charlotte. It was the same way. It was the weirdest. Like you would drive somewhere and the road would intertwine between North and it would be like welcome to South Carolina, welcome to North Carolina, welcome to South Carolina. Like you're just going in it and you're like okay, but it's just right there.
Yeah.
So good stuff on the names. Kansas City building a dome. There you go. Put a dome on it. As Sprague said, spoiler alert, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll know. We recorded this yesterday. Lance Taylor does a college football show Next Round Live down in Alabama. They've been doing it for a long time. Good buddies with our friend Pate down there. And they're down at SEC Media Days, and his show was on at the same time as our show. And so it wasn't going to work to have him on live on the air, but we've wanted to have him on for a while. So here is a great SEC football conversation. Stick around to the end, by the way, to see who he picks to win the national championship, because that will be the last question of the interview. Here's Lance Taylor from yesterday. All right, starting off hour number 3, let's talk some more college football, man. SEC Media Day is going on right now. We thought, well, we got to go down there to SEC country, find out more about what's going on. Are they going to secede from the union? Is the SEC leaving us behind in college football? Joining us now is Lance Taylor, at the Lance Taylor, co-host of the Next Round Live podcast, talking nothing but college football, and that's why we love him. Lance, thanks for the time all the way out here in, what are we, Pac-12/Big Ten country, I guess, now. The noise at SEC Media Day, Greg Sankey and others saying, we'll take our ball and go home. What do you make of this? And is that the biggest takeaway here early on at SEC Media Days for you?
Thanks for having me, fellas. I am glad to know there's still passion in the Pacific Northwest for college football. Look, I think the SEC is kind of licking its wounds. I've been covering this conference for more than a quarter of a century, and you guys remember, it started in really 2006 with Urban Meyer's first Florida Gators national championship, and just the domination running through, basically Georgia's back-to-backs. And now we're talking about an SEC that has gone 3 consecutive years, not only not winning a national championship, but not even playing for one. I do think inevitably we are probably heading towards these super conferences that nobody wants, with 18 teams now in the Big Ten, and they are talking about, hey, we can max out at 19, a wink and a nod maybe for Notre Dame, and the SEC all the way up to 16. I really don't think that's a threat right now. I think it's more, we had a 12-team playoff the last couple of years. We know this thing is going to get expanded. When's it going to get expanded? Let's see what that looks like first. But I'm holding out hope that we eventually don't get to 2 super leagues, but I think a lot of people think that it's ultimately inevitable, guys.
Yeah, I think that was my takeaway too, Lance, of like the first couple, press conferences and statements we've heard. Sankey obviously is just like maybe they go the route you're talking about, which, for Pac-12 and obviously Big Ten, not Duck fans out here, I don't know how excited people are, but the sport has been evolving so much. My biggest takeaway is they just come off as kind of sore losers. Like they had this dominant run over the college football landscape. They win how many titles in a row? And then now here's the Big Ten and the portal NIL era, and they win 3 in a row. And it just feels like a conference that we know is still great. They just come up short, and the Big Ten has capitalized on that. So, like, it is in a way, is it almost as simple as if the SEC wins the title this year? Maybe the tune changes a little bit, but it just comes off to me like sour grapes that they haven't won in, over 3 years.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think the world is back normal if the SEC was to win a national championship this year. And obviously Texas would be probably that favored team. And then obviously I think we sleep on Georgia a little bit just because Kirby, although he's won 5 of the last 6 SEC championships and he's gotten to back-to-back 12-team playoffs, he hasn't done anything in those 12-team playoffs. So, I saw an article the other day that, has Georgia missed its championship window. And everybody talks about I think it's kind of comical because I saw the SEC at its best, and I'm an Alabama grad, but I pull for USC in college football. It's a very weird story that I'll tell you guys about another time when maybe we do another one of these hits. But I think it is kind of comical that the SEC is so beat up and they continue to lean on we are the deepest conference, and I agree they are the deepest conference, but that is kind of the analogy of. She's got a great personality. Like, we care more about the looks. And the top of the conference of the Big Ten is winning championships, and that's what the SEC wants to get back to.
Yeah, I don't care what your personality is when you look like Sydney Sweeney. That's kind of what the Big Ten's got going on right now. We're talking Lance Taylor, Next Round Live, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. This is also part of the problem with college football is like so much of the conversation's dominated by this stuff, when in reality, I'm over here like, man, media days are here. Football's about to kick off. I can't wait to have it back on my TV. So from that angle, let me ask you, who is the coach? Maybe it's an easy answer for you down there because I feel like there's multiple you can go with. Who has the most pressure on them this year? Obviously, Lane and all the money they're spending at LSU. Your guy at Alabama, they gave him an extension, but a little underwhelming, I would care to guess, in the first 2 years based on fan expectations. Sark at Texas, like who's the guy with the biggest bullseye on their back got to win this year?
I think it is a loaded question because I think you mentioned a lot of those guys. I mean, Sark coming off a 9-3 with Arch Manning, and I give them credit. They kept it on the rails, as bad as they were at times offensively in September. They got better and better. But still, if that Texas with, in my opinion, probably the best roster in college football this year, if they didn't get to a college football playoff in back-to-back years, That's a problem for Sark. Not saying that he would get fired, but there is massive pressure there. You know, you mentioned Lane Kiffin. I heard Jordan Rogers from the SEC Network and ESPN, the last couple of days talk about if they don't play for a national championship, it's a disappointment. I think them not getting to a college football playoff with the amount they spent on this roster would be a disappointment, but I do think there's pressure there. Kalen DeBoer, 20-6 in his first couple of years, coming off an 11-win season where they win a playoff game on the road in Norman. They play for the SEC championship, but it just didn't look good. It didn't look like aesthetically the same Alabama we saw under Nick Saban. So it's great that Kalen DeBoer made strides and, went from 9 wins to 11 wins, but they got dominated up front. They couldn't run the football. They couldn't really get after the quarterback. It just looked like a different Alabama team. It didn't look like a physical Alabama team. And, you talk to anybody at SEC Media Days, and nobody gives Alabama any shot to win this conference. So I do think it's an interesting year 3 for Kalen DeBoer, but guys that could lose their jobs. I mean, Shane Beamer, with that schedule, it's just been up and down. Like, Beamer overall has done a pretty good job there, but coming off 4 wins with Lenore Sellers at quarterback, made a major mistake, promoting Mike Shula as his offensive coordinator. Now Kendall Briles comes in, better suited offensive coordinator for the physical quarterback they've gotten, Lenore Sellers. But, I think if Beamer doesn't win 7 or 8 games, there's a good chance he gets blown out. So I think, to answer your question, I know I went a long way around that. I think immediately the guy that could get fired is Beamer. But I think, first year it's got to be Lane Kiffin, and then just right there in the mix, Sark in Texas, and even Josh Heupel at Tennessee. Yeah. 2 years ago he was in a college football playoff. We talked about this on our show today. Last year at this time when we found out Nico was going to UCLA and Joey Aguilar was coming in, I said, hey, if he wins 8 games with Aguilar and how hamstrung he is at quarterback, he's done a hell of a job. But he wins 8 games, and we still don't give him credit, including me. And I'm like, it seems kind of like a stale situation. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Josh Heupel as well.
Of the programs of note in the conference, because you're right, maybe Josh Heupel and Tennessee come to the forefront. I don't know about Clark Lee and Vanderbilt. I'm with you on 100% on Shane Beamer. I think if they start 2-2, see you later. Who is the program you just, for whatever reason, going into the season, you're not buying the hype on the way that others around college football might be?
Okay, so one of the things I do lean on is Las Vegas. I've got a side website. I've been handicapping for a quarter of a century as well. I think Vegas kind of knows what they're doing, and I think it gets a little more difficult when you put team totals going into the season because now we're talking about a 9-game SEC schedule. But I do find it fascinating that LSU's team total is only 8.5. Obviously, they've got an upgrade from Nussmeier to what you get with Sam Leavitt if he is healthy. Lane Kiffin offensively is a very, very good coach, obviously an elite offensive coach, and they're coming off 11 wins at Ole Miss. But when you start to look at the schedule, if they were to somehow lose to Clemson and then you've got that 9-game SEC schedule coming up, like I would play that under 8.5. I know everybody to a man that goes through Vegas that wants to play futures, they're going to be playing over 8.5 wins for LSU. But I've just got this weird feeling they're going to go 8-4. So I'm not buying that hype. Again, I think Kiffin, a really good coach. I think in spots he's overrated, but you can't deny he won 11 games in back-to-back seasons in Oxford, and that had never been done before.
Yeah. Well, what is 8-4 for Kiffin year one, given everything they didn't like about Brian Kelly, and then even like just the general, controversy of him leaving Ole Miss before the playoff to go to LSU. LSU maybe having like the governor be involved, and it got a little political, and just all this money. 8-4, Lance. I can't imagine that's sitting very well after year one.
I mean, disaster. And then Kiffin was talking about he did Tyrann Mathieu. I forgot what the podcast was. I guess everybody's got a podcast now, including us. But he said, "Hey, we're going to win a national championship." And he didn't necessarily say it this year, but we know. I still think Brian Kelly's a hell of a coach. Something went on behind the scenes there that I don't think we know all the ins and outs. But Brian Kelly, from Grand Valley State to Cincinnati to Notre Dame, won games everywhere. And then when you look back and you look at him winning 9 or 10 games at LSU, it wasn't awful. So if Kiffin had a worse record than Brian Kelly ever did and went 8-4 in year one, personally, I would find it really comical.
That would be no doubt that would be a great story. We played the audio on our show because, the old offensive coordinator at Oregon takes a job at Kentucky, and Will Stein steps up there and, hey, man, day one, give him credit. He made some headlines. People are talking Kentucky football. What's been the reaction of him saying, hey, why are we going to turn this around? He kind of dropped a bit of a Kurt Signetti, Google me, I win. He said, we're going to do it because of me. What's the reaction in SEC country to that?
I like the bravado. I've been a big fan of Will Stein the last couple of years. We do stocks up and down, which a lot of people do. And, I've pointed to Stein multiple times over the last couple of years before he ever got that job. I mean, just a airtight front offense to watch. I love the confidence. That's one of those that will bite you in the ass if, they start out 1-5, which is a distinct possibility in year one. I do think Mark Stoops did a really good job there. I never believed after him winning 10 games for the first time that he would hang around. I think it shows you there is more of a commitment to football in Lexington. There's a lot of SEC money there. And I think now, Kurt Signetti makes the ridiculous questions possible now in college football. So, hey, why not Kentucky if Indiana can do it? I think it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
I think Mark Pope probably doesn't want to see that because he wants all the NIL dollars for Kentucky basketball. But I love Stein going in. And look, I think for Kentucky fans, if you're losing games 34-31 instead of 10-9, I think that's a step in the right direction.
I think you look around the landscape of the SEC and it's constant conversation with these big name coaches. I'm curious, just outside of the view of SEC football down south, like when you guys are dabbling in college football, because we touch a lot on Big Ten stuff, we dab a little bit in Oregon State and Pac-12 stuff here, but like we generally love college football as a sport out here, so we kind of talk about all of it, but we're hyper focused on Oregon and the Big Ten. I'm just kind of curious, down there making roads of not only the Big Ten but the viewpoints of Ohio State, Dan Lanning, who constantly gets linked to the next available SEC job and just continues to kind of confirm and reaffirm he wants to stay the coach at Oregon. Just how you view the program of Oregon down there the last couple of years of Dan Lanning and just the emergence of what the Big Ten has become at the top.
So I'm not saying this just because this is my initial first ever at bat with you guys, but I've got Oregon winning the national championship. And I have said over the last couple of years, if I'm Dan Lanning with those resources, and I've heard it as a pain in the ass for certain people to be able to get to Eugene, I think in NIL, I don't think it matters as long as you're paying the money and with those incredible facilities. I've always said, why would Dan Lanning leave a job where he can do something nobody's ever been able to do before? Like Chip Kelly did really, really good things there. Cristobal, solid job. I just think Lanning can do things that have never been done before, i.e. kind of a Dabo Sweeney at Clemson type situation. So, with the money he can make there, he can create his own legacy. I think this year is going to be special. I think that defense is going to be lights out. I think Dante Moore obviously came back for a reason. I think Oregon football is well respected. We talk about it a lot. I am a big, I respect the hell out of Big Ten football, what they've been able to do, the conference they've created. Back to USC, I thought Lincoln Riley would have a little more success to this point. I do think the addition of Gary Patterson with that defense is going to be a difference maker. But I love what Sig's doing in Bloomington. Ryan Day has obviously, done a great job in Columbus, and we'll see Kyle Whittingham, what he's able to do there, taking over Michigan. We'll see how long that lasts, but I think it's a great conference, and I think it's going to be a special year for the Oregon Ducks.
Yeah, you picked the Ducks to win the national title. We'll let you walk off on that one. Lance Taylor, Next Round Live. Also check out lanceslock.com, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. A great first at-bat with the show. We'd love to do it again, man. Thanks for the time out here in Portland. We appreciate it.
Hey, anytime, man. Love the Pacific Northwest. I'm a huge Rams guy, too, and I came out for the first time, went to Lumen for NFC Championship game. It was not a great result for me, but I am a big fan of that part of the country and would love to join you guys at any point, and hopefully I will be back there sooner than later.
I love the random fandoms that come out. By the way, thanks again to Lance Taylor for hopping on. He was really fun to talk to. Love getting an Alabama accent to talk football. It just feels more authentic. I love the mix of an Alabama/USC fan.
Also Rams.
So there's an LA tie, clearly, but
the Rams, he probably was a St. Louis fan, right?
You would imagine.
Or unless that was the early LA.
Could have been the early
tenure.
LA Rams.
I don't know.
Maybe he's got a dad from LA. Maybe he moved to LA for a bit.
Next time we get him on, we should randomly.
I need to know.
Can you explain the USC thing to us?
I need to know. Also, man,
I bet you it's a dad played for the Rams and the Trojans. I bet it's
somebody,
somebody
something like that. Okay.
Because I looked him up. He looks like a
like
big
a bigger
dude.
guy.
Yeah.
I enjoy their show. It's college football all the time, and I love college football. Nobody's giving us a chance.
Except the South, where they love it the most.
Plus, let's laugh at each other, shall we? Next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan. Newly hired head coach Marty Cifuentes, not ready to make his debut for the Timbers until later this month. They continue to navigate the work visa approval process, but his team will take the field at Providence Park tonight. They host FC Dallas, 7:30 kick right here on the Fan. Pre-game coverage at 6:30 immediately following primetime, which you can visit in person today on location at the Kingston Bar and Grill starting at 3 o'clock. Portland Fire Guard Bridget Carlton will compete in the three-point contest this weekend, part of the WNBA All-Star festivities in Chicago. Before that, she'll lead her team against the Dallas Wings tonight at Moda Center, 7 o'clock tip. Coverage on 910 ESPN Portland starts at 6:45. Dallas 5.5-point favorites. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Thanks again to Lance Taylor for hopping on. Fun college football conversation. SEC Media Days roll on. Kalen DeBoer is today. Very tan. Kalen DeBoer. Very tan.
Did you say Lance?
You say Lance? I didn't want to make that joke too, but we'll save that for our second app out with Lance Taylor.
See, I think when you have a name that gets thrown into an iconic comedic movie in a way like that.
Nance. I said Nance.
I think you have to lean in and love it.
You have to. You have no choice. Lance. You said Lance. You say Nance. Would you say Lance?
Lance Bass.
Lance Bass. Good one.
Yeah.
It's a solid poll. He likes my Oregon Ducks to win the national championship.
He's doubting. He's doubting Dan Lanning.
Nobody is giving us a chance.
Boy.
Nobody, man.
Anything short of a semifinal is a massive disappointment for you this year. Good luck.
Fire them all, man. Can't wait. It's going to be a fun year.
My team's just hoping to win 4 games.
You get to 4, you're feeling solid.
Look, it may not be pretty. It may not be a talked about much topic, Oregon State, because they might struggle.
They could. We don't know.
But there is, admittedly, a little bit of like, let's just stretch here.
Dude, no expectations is a good. I mean, that's the one benefit of no expectations is that it's like you're not going in with any sort of thought of success. And if you get it, you're pleasantly surprised. If you don't, what do you care? That's what you were 2-10 last year. You can only go up from there with a new coach.
How about an SEC guy just picking the Big Ten team to win the whole enchilada?
It would be pretty funny to watch. That is one of the other subplots. Obviously, Oregon winning a national title would fulfill my life, and it would be over. But it would also be the hilarious aspect of the Big Ten doing it 4 years in a row with 4 different teams and watching the continued meltdown from SEC country.
They might finally secede.
That
from
would
the
be
union.
it. Like, we're done. We're not doing this because Lance even admitted, like, if the SEC wins a national title this year, a lot of this chatter stops. We're not the strength of schedule. Like if Georgia or Texas or LSU or pick your fighter, Ole Miss with Trinidad Chambliss, they win a national championship, they sit down and shut up.
That made me feel better because I think from time to time we get caught in our own bubbles.
Yes.
And I think it's easy for us out here to examine the full landscape. Still like the Big Ten's chances to do it again, but also acknowledge like the SEC's kind of being a bunch of whiny bees.
Yes, it's because they haven't been able to win.
But you get a guy from the South, and sometimes you think a guy from a certain region is going to give you their flavor.
Right, he's in their Kool-Aid.
And he's like, no, dude, they're absolutely being a bunch of whiny bees.
Stop complaining and go win at the highest level.
I thought he was great. I want to get him back on when we get to August and camps get going.
Yeah.
So, I can't fault him for picking your team. I think it's going to be a really trendy pick. I think Pate's going to pick your team this year.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Texas, Oregon, Ohio State. Like, we know who, like, the 4 or 5 teams that will get picked to win the national title this year. I don't think many picks are coming from outside of that group of teams. Doesn't mean they're guaranteed to win it because nobody picked Indiana to do it last year, just on preseason expectations.
If you want to go the laundry list of usual suspects coming into it, I'm fine with it. There's a part of me as a college football spectator, why don't you prove it, Texas?
Yeah.
Like, you can say Oregon, massive disappointment, getting blown out by Indiana, getting blown out by Ohio State. no doubt.
Right, but there's no question what they've done in every other game of the season leading up to that. The season just hasn't ended the way you wanted.
They're going to be in a conversation in a way of like, I'm not questioning anything. Texas didn't make the playoff.
No. And they lost to Florida.
Right.
Who was not good, and they fired their coach.
Now, you can say, well, either Notre Dame, Sprague. No, but Notre Dame was in the title game
2 years
ago.
Yeah, they had some massive wins on the way there.
And they were one game away. And you can say Texas was too, but Texas had a loss against Florida.
Right.
And Florida was awful last year.
They also should have lost to Mississippi State, if you remember that game. They
You're
were
not
down
wrong
by
there.
double digits in the fourth quarter and came back and won the game in overtime. And checks notes, Mississippi State also not good next year. So that's totally fair. I also think, and this is part of being a Duck fan, right? Like you get a lot of jokes, a lot of jabs that come your way. You got to roll with the punches. You got to embrace it. When your team gets blown out and the game's over in the first quarter of a semifinal, people are going to poke fun at you, and if you fight back, it's only going to make it worse. So you got to kind of embrace the shots. This one was out. So I saw this. Dustin Nickerson is a Northwest comedian, and I've seen some of his clips. We had a listener who said he went to the show at Helium recently, and it was great.
He goes to Portland all the time.
He's always in Portland. Yeah. He's just. I don't know if he goes outside of the Northwest or if he's just a Northwest guy.
Get his contact. Maybe I can try to get him.
It'd be fun, man. It'd be fun. So he's a Seattle. He's a Husky guy, and so he leads that. There's a lot of jokes that happen college football related. This was one. I saw this on social media yesterday, and even I had to laugh at this one.
The hard thing about American men's soccer is so much money is dumped into it. I don't know if you know this about them, but millions and millions of dollars go into the academies, to the uniforms, to the stadiums, and they still never win. It's so frustrating. Every 4 years, all of America knows what it feels like to be a Ducks fan.
In the backyard. That's great.
I love hearing the boo.
But then also kind of yeah, you're right.
That's a good shot. Well done.
Down.
And you know what the worst part is? I'm a Husky. That was fun for me. Thank you. You know what? I love the rivalry, by the way. This is normal. Did you know other conferences don't do this? Other conferences cheer for their conference. I have no love for you. None. Somebody asked me, do you cheer for Oregon in the national championship? You go, I don't want someone from Oregon to cure cancer. I don't want... That's a real rivalry right there.
Nice try.
Everywhere I go, I like to tell these jokes. I was in Corvallis a couple months ago, and someone's like, dude, you didn't do any jokes about the Beavers. I'm like, who?
We catch them straight.
And they go, you're the Oregon State Beavers. I was like, oh yeah, I don't punch down. I don't. And that's how you get a crowd back on your side, right?
Yeah, it's pretty
kind of
solid.
Awkwardly quiet too. Of
yeah. It's a nice little shot.
It's funny he says that, and I remember we did this years ago. It's probably one of the worst takes I've had for people. It has to largely be back the conference if they're in a position to win.
Yeah. Back the pack. We used to have that debate all the time. Do you back the pack?
I totally get it. You never would in certain circumstance. I get it.
Outside of Washington and USC, I would have backed anybody.
But I don't think they do that at other conferences.
Yeah, it's a weird
It's a good
thing.
joke, but you're not convincing me that Alabama fan is watching the title game between Notre Dame and Georgia and going, let's go Bulldogs, we got to get the conference title.
Get another championship.
No.
Maybe it's different if you've won a bunch of them.
No.
I don't know if that changes it, but I wasn't rooting for...
Was Michigan rooting for Ohio State?
No. Primary rivals
Ohio State
you can't
rooting
do.
for Michigan against... who did they end up beating? Washington?
Right.
No.
Primary rivalries, you can't do it. That makes it complicated. It also makes it complicated if you lost to that team. That was the situation I was in last year. I had Indiana versus Miami in the national title game. So on one hand, it was going to be a team that won their first title, becoming the first since Florida in the mid-'90s to do it, something Oregon always wanted to accomplish, or your ex-girlfriend winning a national... It was I was in a rock and a hard place, and I didn't have any rooting interest in that game because of it.
Well, where were you? Okay, I hear you. I do think it's possible.
I also didn't root for Ohio State to win the national title, even though they beat my
they
team.
Have a million of them.
Yeah.
We do say, you need a rooting interest, right? I think there are circumstances where you don't, but you can still maybe have a slight lean. Like,
yes.
I would imagine the slight lean had to be Indiana because
slight lean
you
was
don't want to
Indiana.
see the ex-girlfriend.
It's less painful to see Indiana win a national title than it is Mario to win a title at Miami. Still painful, but slightly less painful.
Yeah, because it's like marrying a Bezos. It's like, well, cool, he upgraded to the trillionaire life.
Right.
We're still down here as a little billionaire trying to
That's all we
make
got,
our
man.
way in the world.
We're just struggling. Little engine that could, trying to fight our way through the world, man.
I got his website here. I'll see if we can
Okay.
get him on. I've seen some of his clips. I saw some of them last year. I know he's a Seattle-based comedian. I know he was at Helium not long ago. Like, he's got some pretty funny bits, and I like the ribbing. I like going in between all the fan bases.
It makes it fun, man. It does make it fun. They will undoubtedly be one of the trendy picks going into the season, which is not a world. It's a blessing and a curse because I like doing the nobody's giving us a chance, even though it is tongue in cheek. But when you're one of the odds-on favorites, it rings a little bit hollow. Last year felt a little more valid. I remember doing shows last year around this time talking about the thought of Oregon falling off is laughable, and Danny Marang yelling at me about being a cocky, arrogant Oregon fan, and then Oregon went out and won 11-1, returning 4 starters. So who ended up being right in that conversation? Last year, though, there was a legitimate thought. Like, we had not seen Dante. He was pick 6 UCLA Dante. Ironically, ended up being pick 6 Peach Bowl Dante. They had only returned 4 starters. Like, there was this thought of, like, this is going to be a down year for Oregon. And I didn't bring it up with Lance because we didn't have time. One of the guys on his show, there's like 4 guys that kind of rotate, and they all talk college football. It's a great college football show. They were doing these preseason hot takes going into the year, like, give me your hottest college football take. And one of the guys on the show picked Oregon to be, because every year we do who's the team in the top 10 that falls out of the top 25 at the end of the year, because it happens every year. Last year, Clemson, Florida State, right? Yeah. Every year there's 1 or 2 teams. Michigan's been this in years recent, and he picked Oregon to be that team. And so there was a little bit of skepticism going into the year. It ended quickly when they, I think, hung 69 on Oklahoma State and then beat Penn State. And this year it is the exact opposite. It is championship or bust for Oregon, or at least appear in the championship or bust for them.
Not a doubt about it. I mean, at some point, too, it's like it's also how the season ends. It's one thing to have disappointment in a title game. It's you fall just short in a playoff game. Getting absolutely obliterated in the last 2
is unallowable. It's against the law this year.
And then, like, remember the OC of Indiana he was popping off on Twitter like late at night, and he was basically like, oh, we were ready the second time. He was basically saying how predictable they were.
Yes, it was easier to game plan against them because their coaches had 2 feet out the door, essentially.
Which was something we highlighted going in of like, is this going to be a problem? And not everybody bought that. But that's what it is for me. It's not like if you don't win the title, okay, one team is going to win it out of the group of 12 that can, right? But it is how you lose too. If you lose on a field goal to Indiana, you're like, damn,
we were close. It's painful,
close.
but
another bridesmaid to the bride, right? Like,
there's something you could chew on there.
That was 2 teams that didn't look like they belonged on the same field, and we know from a stat and talent profile that's not the case.
Should not be the case.
Lanning goes in with, it's not that you're going to fire Dan Lanning. It's more like, are you gonna kind of show that you've learned from your last 2 into season experiences? I enjoy the banter. I'm so jacked for college football. I think it's gonna be a great season. And we got somebody in our backyard. We met him yesterday, right? Gasaway.
We did. Georgia Bulldog.
By the way, did not talk about this. We got to meet him very quickly between commercial breaks.
Dude, the
I didn't know
guy's
what
got
time he was
baseball glove size hands,
Dude,
man. I thought it was going to swallow my hand.
Almost broke my hand.
He did. Very authoritative shake.
And look, great dude. Good friend of the program.
His thing, by the way, I listened to almost all of it driving around on the way home and all that. He was great.
He's very
with the insight with Patrick and Danny yesterday.
He's killing it right now. He nearly broke my hand with that shake, and I just thought, all right, like it's one thing to go in like kind of firm.
Dude, Georgia Bulldogs, they come at you, all right? They'll bark at you at a baseball game if you're not careful.
He shook my hand like I was somebody that offended his mother. I walked away. I was like,
I feel like I have baby hands right now, man. I thought I had good-sized mitts over here.
We had to meet a corporate overlord right after that, and I was like nervous to shake his hand because I'm like, is he going to break my hand too?
I just got a double squeeze in the last 90 seconds. That thing's going to need some ice later today.
Man.
Let's stick in college football. We will get to Statter Story in the final hour of the show, a couple of their odds and ends, but a little bit more from SEC Media Days, including the expectation for a young player. Will the team make the same mistake that others have made? We'll talk a little bit about that next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. It is 8:46 on your Wednesday morning.
Ooh, I like it.
We're talking college football on the show. Statter story coming up, final hour.
What would you do? I'm asking you sincerely.
Yeah.
Some people think that the talent knew Ryan Clark was being let go during the NFL Live show.
Oh, they had a heads-up advance of it,
It's
and
just
Clark didn't know?
speculation.
Yeah.
Like, if you got wind that I was going to be let go at the end of a show, would you tell me?
Yes.
What if they told you not to tell me?
I'd still tell you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Had somebody here once do that to me in the kitchen. I went back. I was like, hey, how you doing? And like, they literally turned and they went, if you catch wind that they're going to let me go, I'm going to need you to tell me.
Can you go ahead and give me a heads up on that?
I went, what?
You think I'm going to get the heads up? You think they're going to tell me? You think I'm high enough on the food chain to get that update?
I said, you think they're just consulting me on choices for your job?
I just get very angry emails from the HR lady who I don't know who she is, but I wasn't doing something. I had to do it, and then I get the emails, and people. I got a very strongly worded HR email last week.
Well, you need to respond to the emails when they're telling you need to fill out a form.
It's very offensive.
You also asked a very offensive question yesterday to our bosses. Can
I
get away with this thing? Can we just do it this way? Can you pay me in cash?
Can we go under the table salary? Yeah, under the table salary would be great, would it not?
Cash,
Cash, duffel
were
bag,
thinking the exact same thing. Like,
Lendale
why
White
would
style.
You ask your boss.
Just deliver it in a McDonald's bag every other week, straight cash, homie. I can wash that money. Let's do it, man. Anywho, we got a lot to get to in the final hour of the radio program. We are inching closer and closer. I don't know if you're aware of this, to the start of college football. And there's a lot of great storylines. I feel like we've hit on them kind of going through Big 12 Media Days and ACC Media Days. We had the Dion and the Colorado stuff. Go through ACC Media Days. It's Miami versus everybody else. And now the focus is on the SEC this week. Next week, by the way, will be the Big Ten's moment in the sun. They have their Media Day. Lanning is talking on Wednesday, I believe, right next week. Wednesday, thumbs up from Swag. So the Ducks will go next Wednesday.
Do we know the time yet? We don't have times for these.
That's a good question.
I haven't seen that detailed of a schedule.
6:45
because the bigger conferences do this where it's like 3 days and they split up like 4 to 5 schools. You know, you do a chunk of schools a day and then you rotate. So not everybody's on the same day.
Where's Big Ten?
Chicago.
Okay, I thought Chicago was next year. Where is it next year?
I don't know that they've decided.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they've announced that or not. Chicago would be we talked about that earlier, going on vacation to Chicago. That's a cool place to go visit.
I want to go, man.
Check out a Cubs game while you're there.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're in town. You're at Big Ten Media Day. It's a lot of fun. So that'll be next week. We'll have their moment to talk a little bit more about the Big Ten. One of the more interesting storylines is the idea, and this kind of touches on something that makes the SEC unique, and that is I feel like to a certain extent, now this is not true of everybody, some of the floor in the SEC has been raised, and their ceiling has been lowered. So this is kind of the conversation we have of they don't necessarily have a team that we look at and say, well, that team's obviously the favorite to win the title. Texas has the best odds, but as you pointed out in the last segment, what? Like, kind of want to see it, kind of want to go out there and do it. Let's say you look against Ohio State in week 2, you get them at home, they're coming to your building. But I also think the other side of that coin is that the floor has been raised and that you have programs who weren't necessarily great. Vanderbilt is the prime example of this. Vanderbilt went 10-2 last year. 10-2. And nobody argued about Vanderbilt being or not being in the playoff because they're Vanderbilt.
I think they still fly under the radar.
Right. We did it with Texas at 9-3. We did it at Notre Dame at 10-2, but we didn't do it with Vanderbilt. Well, Vanderbilt is likely going to do something this year that has not worked well in college football. But before we get to that, here is Clark Lee on them maintaining their underdog mentality.
I think we're still internally the chip on the shoulder underdog that has a lot to prove. There's nothing that we inherit from last season that has to do with any future win. Everything's about the responsibility we have over the program that we have built, but how this team can actually move it forward. And maybe more importantly, how this team can fully express itself over the course of the next 6 months. My hope would be that the program with every year becomes a little more of a thorn in the side to other SEC fan bases.
Well, and this is where, so they are bringing in, if you remember, we followed the recruitment battle because Oregon was involved in it. The kid was committed to Georgia for a long time.
Jared Curtis.
Decommitted to kind of open it back up. Oregon had a shot to get him. He ends up committing to Vanderbilt. Jared Curtis, he was the number 1 quarterback in the country. Clark Lee had some answers on him yesterday about, and you can take him at his word if you want to. He said that we didn't promise him anything in recruiting. We didn't promise him a starting spot. He said that was the most exciting thing about signing him was there wasn't this, we're rolling out the red carpet. They obviously put together a solid NIL package in order to go get him. And we had mentioned a week ago on the show that some of these college football players, some guys at Oregon, understandably, have inked endorsement deals with Nike. lost in the kind of press release of that. One of the guys that already signed an NIL deal with Nike is Jared Curtis.
Yep.
He has not played a down of college football yet. And I find that fascinating for a couple reasons. Because one, Vanderbilt has been on the rise. Are they going to remain there? It's one thing to get to a certain point. Now you got to maintain and sustain it. Can they do that? And then can they buck the trend of, and maybe there's a name you guys will throw at me that's like, oh yeah, duh, no, I forgot about him. But I just feel like the recent track record in college football shows us highly touted freshman quarterbacks playing, really no matter where you go, does not end well for the coach or for the player. They're already talking about moving on from Bryce Underwood at Michigan, and that guy got reportedly like $15 million to go sign there. DJ Lagway was this in Florida. He's now at Baylor. Dante Moore was this at UCLA. He's now at Oregon. Raiola, Nebraska, ironically at Oregon. Like, there's a lot of guys that have had chances to come in right away, and it hasn't necessarily worked. And I would be shocked if he's not their starter, but maybe they try the NFL thing of just how that shakes out, and do they actually have a bona fide star at quarterback? Because if they do, the staying power of Vanderbilt will be there.
That was, I can't remember if it was Underwood. It might have been with Underwood in Michigan. That's something I've kind of been wondering now for a couple years. It's not that Dan Lanning doesn't want Jared Curtis.
Right.
Lanning has a little bit of a track record. It's not a long one, but it's a little bit of a convincing a kid to maybe take the sit deal for a year, right? Dante did it. Now Raiola is doing it.
Come
right?
learn for a year.
Even kept Novosad around, and that was a guy that maybe could hit the portal and gone somewhere sooner.
Mm-hmm.
You always want to boost your recruiting rankings. You want the best Jimmies and Joes you can. Jared Curtis could very well work out really well at Vanderbilt. I'll be curious to see how they do this. Do they sit him for the first couple weeks, bring him in midseason, let him take his bump and bruises, and hope everybody around him can carry him to maybe an 8-win season? We'll see. But I asked out loud, is it really worth the squeeze in the portal era to go all in, devote a bunch of resources to the true 5-star top whatever quarterback? I mean, we've gone through the list of guys who don't play for the schools that they went to.
Right.
If Bryce Underwood fails this year and loses the job to the
gone.
other Carr brother,
he's
gone.
He's gone.
And so it's just it's not that they don't work. We'd have to go back. I think we found
so there's
one guy.
I found one guy just in looking at last year's class, and I don't know what the future holds, but I would say a good year one.
Yeah.
Sagaputulele at Cal.
That's
started. And remember, his first start was in Corvallis. You're like, you're playing a
us.
freshman quarterback. Who's this kid? And he
Absolutely
lit you up like a Christmas tree.
And that's a good example. But largely they struggle a lot, and they end up getting pulled, or it gets a coach fired. And so it's not that you don't try. It's just, I don't know how worth it really is. The juice being worth the squeeze, I don't know if that's worth it for a lot of programs where you can just go in the portal and get your quarterback. Miami's probably going to play this the rest of Mario's career. Because why would you may think you're different, but what would be the point of just saying we're going to start a true freshman? You're kind of punting on your season in a lot of ways.
It does feel like that. We've had guys
and
who
those
have been,
programs can't afford to do that. So why not play the game of Darian Mensah saw our last two quarterbacks, and now he's coming up. He's still a young prospect.
Dude, if he has a good year, he's a top 10 pick. He's a Heisman finalist.
So, I've been wondering this for a while of, is it really worth it when most of these guys end up transferring, busting, or getting a coach fired?
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking through some of the names quickly, the 2024 quarterback rankings, the top 3 guys in the country were DJ Lagway, Florida, now at Baylor, Dylan Raiola, Nebraska, now at Oregon, and then Julian Sayin was the third. Now, remember, he was committed to Alabama for a long time. Saban retires. He decommitted, ended up at Ohio State. And in that flip to Ohio State, he did not play year one. He redshirted. So C.J. Carr was also in that class.
Yep.
Did not play freshman year. He redshirted for a year. So there's a handful of guys in here that you're like, oh, I know that name. He didn't play right away. The kid at Texas Tech who's going to be their starter, Will Hammond, was a top 15 quarterback.
Yep.
But again, didn't play right away. And so that's the unique thing kind of that you're highlighting of just, are you better served letting them sit for half the season? The other quarterbacks from 2025, let me quickly pull this up, because Bryce Underwood I know was number 1. Hold on. Quarterback position, last year's class. Bryce Underwood was number 1. Keelan Russell was number 2. Did not play right away at Alabama. He's in line to be potentially a starter there this year. He's in the mix as a redshirt freshman. Tavian St. Clair was Ohio State guy, didn't play. Houston Longstreet, I think he transferred. He's a USC guy, left. Malik Washington did play at Maryland, but again, that's a lower level. Not a lower level, but you get what I'm saying. Not a big expectation program. I had that one circled, man. Jared Curtis, number one quarterback, randomly chose, not randomly, Vanderbilt's been on a good run the last 2 years, but picked Vanderbilt out of all the schools that were recruiting him, and he's in line to start right away, and maybe he bucks the trend of a freshman coming in and being good. We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Statter story coming up in a little bit. A couple of NBA odds and ends I want to get to, a couple of NFL nuggies. It is loaded. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
In the air, shallow right field. Long run, charging in, and it falls. Malgiri not able to get it. Everybody's safe, and the Cubs add on. It's 4-0.
John Shambi, Marquee Network, Cubs Television. Ian Happ's RBI single in the first versus the Tigers, their second consecutive batter to reach base safely to start the game. Led 6-0 after the first inning. First 7 batters of the game reached base safely. Longest streak to start a game since 2009.
What a demoralizing way if you're going to watch your team, like you buy tickets to go see him play and they give up a touchdown in the first inning. I spent a lot of money.
That happened to my team in a playoff game once during our show.
Cool, I guess this one's over.
Cardinals were up like 9-0 on the Braves in the first. I'm like, cool, see you later. Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years, a staple in the community. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. They do it all for you at Southeast Stark Street or online, mrplywoodinc.com.
It's time.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Timbers fans get to see their team back on the Providence Park pitch tonight for the first time in over a month. They host FC Dallas, 7:30 kick right here on the Fan. Newly hired head coach Marty Cifuentes will not be on the sidelines. They're still working out approval for his work visa. We'll have pregame coverage at 6:30 immediately following prime time. You can go visit them live on remote today. They're at the Kingston Bar and Grill starting at 3 o'clock. The Portland Fire back home hosting the Dallas Wings at Moda Center tonight, 7 o'clock tip. That'll be on 910 ESPN Portland at 6:45. Dallas 5.5-point favorites. Fire guard Bridget Carlton selected to compete in the All-Star three-point contest on Friday, part of the WNBA All-Star festivities in Chicago. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader. 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Got a lot going on today in the final hour of the show.
It's time to nut up or shut up.
You got it, Dan. Let's get the job done. We got Statter Story coming up here in a little bit. I made a promise yesterday that I'm going to go back on briefly, but not on an extended period. I just want to give an update on
You're already
where
breaking
we're at.
promises, huh?
I am, yeah.
Promises made, promises broken.
Kind of like the county's doing. Anyways,
Well,
I did want to
two
ask.
people in the county.
I did want to ask this question.
Yeah.
Because I saw this headline, and it made me chuckle, and I thought that's kind of cool, but also, would you want it? So Spain just won the World Cup on Sunday.
Yes, they did.
You
They had to
see the,
Photoshop our president out.
Of their championship picture because he was standing too close?
Is it the Google phone? It's one of the Androids, I think, where you take a photo and
You,
there's
like,
something
circle
in
the
it, you
person?
circle it, and it disappears.
Yeah, get him out of there.
They did that with our president because he did not move off the stage when they did the
Yeah,
trophy.
dude, like if you're Spain, why do I want him in my World Cup championship picture? I don't want that going on.
No doubt.
Right? If we won a World Cup in Saudi Arabia in 2034, I don't want a crown prince in the background of my photo. Get out of here. The numbers, by the way, were finally in for the final, the World Cup final. It drew, where is this? 38.937 average million viewers, and it peaked over 50 million viewers in the United States.
What will that number be in the United States for the Saudi Arabia one?
That is a great question.
Because I would venture to go as bold as saying half.
What is the best possible time that they could schedule a game in Saudi Arabia for it to be watchable? Like, is that possible? Like, if you play a 9 p.m. game, is it what's the time difference between us and Saudi Arabia?
That's a great question.
Let me look that up, and then I'll try and come up with an answer for you.
Saudi Arabia Eastern time is 7 hours ahead.
So they're 7 hours ahead of Eastern time?
They're 10 hours
ahead of us. So 10 hours ahead of us on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you do it. You just have to play games really late into the evening.
I'm not watching those games.
Well, no, it would likely be a 8 o'clock, I would imagine, an 8 p.m. start for them, and then like an early morning.
What am I going to watch an 8 p.m. start game that's not going to get done until 10 when I'm doing this?
And it's likely going to be a Sunday, like the World Cup champion, the final was on a Sunday.
But Spain is also like 8 hours.
Spain is ahead, yeah.
Right?
It's not quite as big of a difference. And at least on that one, they won't have to move the time of the year, so it'll still be the summer. That's the fear of the Saudi Arabia one. I don't know if they've confirmed it or not, but like you can't play in the middle of the summer in Saudi Arabia. You're going to have to move it to the fall like they did with Qatar, and then it became a thing of you're going on in the middle of football season.
Yeah, dude, if it's football season for me, good job, Switzerland. Good luck.
Have fun.
I mean,
We'll
we're
get
going
that dub.
to get to probably the Sweet 16 and then be out again. That's the one that loses me is the Saudi Arabia one. Because it's during football season.
Yes, agree with you there. And I saw, so Spain wins over the weekend. Second time around, I think that they won the World Cup. Second time, I believe. I know that it's their first since 2010. And a couple of players, and I believe this is a tradition that happened back in 2010 when they won. Ruiz and Gavi, I don't know how to say his last name, they were gifted their weight in tomatoes as a reward for winning the World Cup.
Pretty good gift.
Ruiz weighs 185 pounds.
Okay.
Gavi, or whatever you say his name, weighs 150 pounds. It's known, the area that they're from is known for its production of tomatoes. And so that was their welcome home, here you go. What would you do if somebody gifted you your weight in tomatoes?
Make a lot of sauce.
How many are you giving away?
A lot.
Because how many tomatoes weigh 100? How many tomatoes does it take to weigh 185 pounds?
Counter take. Nobody wants you to give them tomatoes.
No.
Cherry tomatoes? Maybe.
Maybe.
Regular sized tomatoes, I would actually be a little offended if you did, unless I asked for them. So if I was to get my body weight, I'm 178 pounds right now.
Anywhere from 555 to 1,400 tomatoes, depending on the girth, the weight, and the size of the tomato.
Wow. So you're going to have to set aside a certain amount to freeze.
Have to.
A certain amount that you...
You're making a ton of marinara and a
but
ton
also,
of
if you're
salsa.
freezing tomatoes, it helps to cut them up and peel. There's things that you should do to make sure that the tomato stays viable when frozen. I don't think you're supposed to just freeze it. I mean, maybe you
I don't
can.
have
I've
room
never tried
for
it.
that much sauce.
That's
so
what I'm
many
saying.
jars of sauce.
There's a thank you for the tomatoes,
Maybe you
but
donate
also
it. Maybe you find a place
You'd
that makes
have to,
food for
right?
the unfortunate, and you donate the food.
Go find a food kitchen or something.
I'd have to do that, yeah, because I would only keep 8 tomatoes.
That's all I need. I don't need that many tomatoes. I like a salsa and a pasta sauce, sure, just as much as the next guy.
Right.
But after a month of eating tomatoes, I'm like, dude, I can't eat all these tomatoes.
What is something they could give you with your weight in that you wouldn't give away? Now, it can't be even steak to this degree. You wouldn't know what to do with all that steak, but steak is something that you give to a friend and they go, thanks, dude. Appreciate it."
Yeah.
What is a non that item?
Like charcuterie meat? Yeah.
Charcuterie meat?
You would take, how much do you weigh
How
right
much
now?
charcuterie meat would it take to get to
$1.90?
You're $1.90?
to 190 pounds?
190 pounds
it's
of
How many
salami?
slices of salami?
That's just it. I'd be buying a slicer. I'd have charcuterie every damn night. It'd be fantastic.
I think you'd be done with it after 2 days.
No.
That's so much salami.
I'm just picturing a giant pile of salami stacked in front of Jason Swigart.
Well, there's different, as long as it's not the same one. But
Yeah.
if it's
I
love meat. I do love meat.
You love meat.
I
man.
love meat.
I'm surprised you didn't go booze. You're waiting a first class. If you're playing this game out, you just won the World Cup for Spain, and somebody's like, dude, we'll give you 185 pounds of our most iconic bottle of booze.
Well, how many bottles is that, though? And a standard
But this is
size
my
of
point,
booze,
though.
how much is that weigh?
This is my point. I want something that is nice, but also if it's lightweight, I don't know if I can handle that much volume. That's a lot of meat, man. That's the problem with the tomatoes. If you're giving me 600 tomatoes,
would you rather them give you so this guy's how much? 185 pounds?
one guy weighs 100, reportedly, 185, the other guy 150.
185 bottles of wine?
But it wouldn't be 185. How many bottles of wine would it take to weigh 185 pounds? You're talking I could fill up a cellar with that. That's not bad. And those don't go bad, and I could get better with age.
Right.
You throw them down, and if you're a footballer in Spain, you probably got a wine cellar with you.
Right.
So you're throwing those things down there. I'd take that in a heartbeat over the tomatoes.
I can't think of a food item outside of a meat that
I can't
would
either.
want with that much.
Because you would have to have some sort of preparation and plan to use it, or you'd give it almost all of it away.
Yeah.
At which point I would just say, thanks for the 700 tomatoes. How about you leave me 25 and give the rest of them to a church or something? Do they need?
That's what I'm saying. Is I need to donate to a food kitchen.
I'll take 10 home. I'll chop them up. But outside of that, I'm good.
I mean, it's a nice gesture.
Yeah. I'm more often than not with the home garden. We don't have a good one anymore because we don't get a lot of sun in the backyard. But in other houses we've had, I get to the point in August where I'm like, I don't want to eat tomatoes anymore. And they just I'm out tomatoed.
What kind of tomatoes do you
I do all kinds. I do big tomatoes, little tomatoes.
I got a Roma
sweet
plant
tomatoes.
growing, and I feel like I'm not going to net any tomatoes out of it.
It's early.
It is early, but it just doesn't feel like it's a good size, but it's not growing any more than I thought it would.
Not making the progress it needs to.
So yesterday after the show, I had to drive to Salem to my in-laws because they have a peach tree.
Oh, you went to pick some peaches?
So we picked peaches.
Millions of peaches?
They bloom. Yeah, peaches for me.
Yeah.
They bloomed a little early.
Oh.
So we went down and we're picking them, right? The kids and I, and we're going. Some are a little soft, some are firm soft, perfect condition.
You big on the peach?
I love a peach.
Love a peach?
Picked the peaches, put them in a box, came home, gave some to my sister-in-law, realized still had about 18 peaches.
I still got a lot of peaches.
So I dove in, skinned a couple, diced them up, skinned a couple, sliced them, froze those so we could use them for smoothies or something. Diced them for like oatmeal or smoothie bowls or...
a lot of work, man.
Yeah, whatever.
A lot of chopping, a lot of going on here.
But I still have like 9 peaches that are whole.
Yeah.
And so I got a little bit of... and it's a self-created peach problem.
You grab too many peaches from the tree.
And then
you got to bring them into the office, put them in the kitchen, say free peaches?
My daughter asked, what color are the peaches? And I said, well, they're like a orange hue with a little yellow and maybe like a dark kind of red. And she goes, well, yeah, but it's not the color peach. And I go, but they named it after peaches. And then we dove into the whole thing of like, how did they name that color peach when peaches don't look like that color?
That's not the color. That's not the right color.
Because if you look at a peach on like a photo,
right,
it's not in any way what the peaches look like when you pick them.
No.
They're like a reddish, orangish yellow, more so than like the light orange color they seem to portray.
Can I give you a take? I'm not big on the peach. Not big on the peach.
Why?
It's low down on my fruit power rankings of fruit that I could buy.
Have you had like a real perfect juicy
I've had
peach?
A great juicy
not
peach
too
is
soft, but not too firm.
A juicy peach is delightful. No beef with the juicy peach. The pit's too big.
The pit's too big?
Too big of a pit. I want to eat I don't want to have to work around a pit.
Don't you get more from
cherries is about the biggest pit that I'm willing to deal with because I can do it myself in my mouth. Don't pull that. Please don't pull that. You don't need to cut around it. You just, you know what I'm saying? It's a little pit. You just spit it out, and then you eat the cherry. It's very easy. The peach pit's big. That's a sizable pit. It's the fault of the.
Yeah.
Why can't we?
Do you like nectarines?
I mean, they're okay, but I don't buy nectarines for the same thing.
They have the same pit.
I don't want to deal with the pit.
Cousins.
This is too much to deal with. Now you're making me work for my fruit.
What fruit doesn't make you work?
An apple.
You can't eat. You can only eat so much of an apple. You don't eat the core. You don't eat the stem. You
throw
don't
it
eat
out.
the middle.
You just chew on it and you bite it and throw it away. It's gone.
I don't know, man. I think you get more peach versus the pit versus what you do on an apple, unless you're getting one of those Honeycrisp apples,
Sure.
those massive apples,
the big Kahuna ones.
If you do the big Kahunas, then you're getting a lot of apple. But if you're not doing the standard scientifically created apple, you're only going to get so much there.
Somebody's saying he's very offended that you assume people don't want tomatoes as gifts. I think this guy wants some tomatoes. Send him some
I'm just
tomatoes.
saying, like, a lot of people grow tomatoes.
They do. Yeah.
If you just showed up at my house and you're like, hey, dude, I got like 20
Here's
tomatoes.
some tomatoes. Can I give you some tomatoes?
I wouldn't know what to do with 20 tomatoes.
Well, now I got to work for these. I got to chop them up. I got to figure them out. They're
It's
gonna
just
go bad in a week.
it's not that you don't want a gift. It's just simply pointing out. I've had people show up with squash, like squash as big as like a foot and a half, and I'm like,
what am I going to do with that?
Now I have a squash just rotting away in my refrigerator.
Because you'll eat it once, you'll chop it up, you'll have some of it, but you're not going to eat the entire squash.
I'm squashed out.
Yeah, that's all the squash you can handle.
And I would also argue you kind of need a limit on the fruit you're eating. You're complaining about the pit.
Right.
It's like buying seedless watermelon.
Yeah.
You're not eating a real watermelon.
No.
That's fake.
It's not.
We need obstacles in our lives. You got to check how much you're eating.
You want me to work for my fruit? That's what you want?
Yeah. Blueberry's a pretty good one, though.
But even, if you don't pick the blueberries, then you shovel them into your mouth.
Exactly.
It's not a big deal.
You're not worried about the seeds of
But
those.
if you have like a blueberry plant, there is a work for that fruit. You got to go pick them. Teddy's into picking blueberries right now. We taught him blue ones, not green ones. He's into it. He'll go grab them out of the backyard all the time.
Oh, there's nothing better than going blueberry picking and filling a whole bucket.
It's a good thing. I made a promise yesterday. I'm going to go back on it for just a brief moment, and then we'll restart the promise. How about that? Because yesterday, Bill Orm reported that we had 2 county commissioners.
Oh, God. I thought we had a 24-hour...
I just want to give the full scope of the story. That's all I want to do.
Okay.
I'm just a newsman for a brief moment, okay?
Okay.
So Bill Orm says 2 county commissioners want to go back on the amount of money that they are giving the Blazers in the arena deal, which was, I think, $80 million, if I'm just ballparking, but I believe that was the number. And it's like, oh, my God, here we go again, right? The county, oh, Jesus, another bad story. How much worse could this possibly get?
They could leave. It could get worse.
They absolutely could. Now, this is where our guy, Gazaway comes in. He was in studio yesterday with Patrick and Danny, and he was really good and kind of going through all this. He got more information on this to kind of put the full scope of it together. Mm-hmm. And so his thread, he's got a great thread, right, K2 on Twitter. You can go find the entire thing. But basically, the 2 county commissioners who floated this, It is being pointed out you need 3 votes from county commissioners in order to prove it. So there's only 2 of them right now. Then also on top of it, it came out the county chair is, what is her name? Jessica Vega Peterson.
She's pretty pro give the money.
Absolutely. She said, quote, "We all desire to reach a fair deal that keeps the Trailblazers in Portland and ensures a potential deal that benefits our entire community. The goal of this resolution is to strike the right balance." Basically adding, and I'm going to go through it, but basically said, "We've worked to propose a resolution for weeks that incorporates feedback from everybody. These proposed amendments to lower the amount of money haven't been posted publicly or shared with me or other commissioners yet. This lack of transparency and good faith negotiating is disappointing. I am sure we will have a robust conversation this week, and I'll be proposing further amendments this Thursday." And then there's Commissioner Singleton, who is presiding over the Albina district area, basically came out with just like laying the hammer down. Quote, "I think that Thursday is a time for us to really get everything out on the table and make sure that our amendments make sense for how the county should hold up, as well as knowing what the consequences of our decisions might be." She continued, "My goal is to really find a fair deal that keeps the Blazers here, also does a number of community benefits to make sure the renovations include what the Portland Fire need as well," which is a funny, forgotten part about all of this. Quote, "I don't want to lose sight of this is not just a public asset. It's also in my district, and it's important. It's an important part of my district, and that walking away from this community and leaving a blighted area is not the right answer." So they said she's not seen the amendment from the other colleagues. It needs 3 votes to pass. They are meeting tomorrow, and I just wanted to give because that was like one of those headlines. It's like, oh my God, here we go again.
Yeah.
Which we've had a lot of lately, and thanks to Wright for kind of putting some context, because I don't know how any of this stuff works from a county commissioner standpoint, that they need 3 votes. Right now they have 2. The other ones haven't even seen it yet. Their next meeting is tomorrow. There is your update.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more government bureaucracy crap that we got to get tied up in. I mean, I think this is it's just really interesting day to day, everything that comes out, that we read about, that we hear, and none of it's really changed all that much other than it's abundantly clear the Blazers are not participating right now. And I don't know if that changes today, tomorrow, or in a week, but it's just an odd thing. It's to the point where, Zach Lowe on his podcast, don't move the team, that city, that fan base, they don't deserve it. It's ridiculous. Lock them down. I think somebody quoted Brian Windhorst saying the penalty for breaking the lease is to repay the local government cost of renovations. So it's not impossible. They just have to pay to get out, which is another idea that some locally might think that they're happening. You telling me that, I roll my eyes.
Yeah.
Me reading about this politician saying this publicly and the team not coming to the negotiating table, I roll my eyes. And I continue to sit where I sat 2 days ago, 3 days ago, a week.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's not done. I don't know how the league allows it.
Right.
And it's not like, how we've never moved a team. It's just simply being honest. They're bringing Seattle back, correct?
There are ownership groups ready, waiting in the wings.
Financially, it makes no sense for the league to allow expansion that's going to cost billions upon billions and then let Tom Dundon pay a couple $100 million to just move the team. They would lose money that way.
Right.
So Seattle, out.
Off.
Vegas coming in.
Same thing.
What does Vegas and Seattle do for the NBA from a scheduling standpoint if you have a Portland? It helps the travel, right? You have these back-to-back game series that we play now in the NBA because they limit the travel. Seattle having a team while we simultaneously lose a team, it just does not make sense to me.
Nope.
I was thinking about going to Kansas City tomorrow for the program because I'm trying to get away from our bubble. Our bubble is toxic. It's politics. It's, hey, this guy doesn't like the funding, that guy does.
Right. They're fighting. They're squabbling. They're both being children.
I don't think Nashville and Austin are viable options for relocation. I think Memphis would be more likely to move to Nashville, and I think the Spurs, who already play multiple games a season in Austin,
would not be thrilled
will
with that.
not
Neither
vote
would
on
Houston, neither would Dallas.
You have to have votes, by the way, to approve this.
Yeah.
So when you go through some of the markets, like I've heard Tampa, Baltimore doesn't make sense to me because you've got the Wizards. Kansas City's always been thrown out there.
They have an arena.
So, I kind of think, going to a city like Kansas City. Are they even talking about this?
Right. Is it even a thought? Is it even on their radar?
Because we're bringing up relocation, and I saw a blurb that Quick said that people within the organization off the record have basically say there's been zero talk about relocation, and that if it happens, they're going to quit.
Isaac and Suk asked him about that yesterday, and he said there are people inside the organization saying if there was any indication that they were going to try and move the team, I wouldn't be working here because I have ties to Portland, and I wouldn't do that.
I'm not saying it's an impossible. I just think it's his biggest leverage play, and he's not cooperating, which I wish would change. It's ridiculous.
Yes, he looks like an absolute jackass.
He does, and he has for many people the entire way, right? The broadcasting news yesterday paired with this, but I think it's a leverage play because it just doesn't make sense in my mind for the league to say, yeah, let's lose Portland. Since 1970, let's lose Portland.
Especially when they want another team in the Northwest to balance out the West and the East, to ease travel for some teams. Like moving to Nashville, Tennessee does not solve any of those problems. We're talking about kicking a team from the West to the East, not adding another team to the Eastern Conference. And so that is, I just wanted to give the latest. I know we said we wouldn't talk about it today because it's nothing but depressing news.
Let the record state you actually broke
I was the one that broke the promise. I apologize. I'll do 10 push-ups during the commercial break. But it is time for Stat or Story. And that is next on The Fan.
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, some midday WNBA action as they get ready for the All-Star break this weekend, but the Minnesota Lynx currently lead the entire league by 2 games, and they are expected to get their star back. Nafisa Collier had surgery on each ankle in the offseason. She is expected to make her return today. They are in Seattle to take on the Storm at noon. They are 10.5-point favorites.
A second grader was raising butterflies in a program, and he wanted to know if raising a caterpillar would help it remember him when it became a butterfly. Scientists noted that when the kid would release the butterfly, it didn't fly away like any butterfly normally does. It would fly away and then return and land and stay with the kid longer than anything they'd ever seen. They are starting to wonder.
Wow, it's got a bond with the kid,
if even a bug is remembering children.
That's pretty cool to know that they have
cool.
that possibility. Is this a hit or a miss? Now, we had our Jailblazer doc in the Netflix Untold series that some were very against, some very for. They've announced their latest trio of documentaries.
I'm all in on all of them.
We can do at length if you want. We can save it for tomorrow.
Save it for a segment.
Vince Young's one of them. One of them is the Rachel Gunn.
Yes.
The dancer from the Olympics, the break dancer from Australia.
I need it.
You want the documentary.
It's one of the funniest Olympic moments in the history of the games.
Okay.
She was the only one to represent that country.
It's a hit. Sprague thinks it's a hit. Here she is.
There you go. There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network.
Folks, it is stat or story time. I just wanted to, some of this stuff is so confusing to follow.
It's the algorithm and the timeline.
Yes, also just the quagmire that is local politics. This was from our friend Wright Gasaway just about 20 minutes ago on Twitter.
He reported something because he was tweeting us about college football.
Update from the Vince Jones Dixon Chief of Staff, who I think is one of the county chairs. I don't know.
I love that going through this, every single one of us are like, who is this person?
Who is this person? I should know this person. And they are saying that they are ready to move forward. They want to send a message to the NBA that they're serious, comfortable with the funding proposal from the county chair, and there's still details to work out with the city. So my reading on that is the county thing that was thrown out, the little dust up that we had yesterday, has now been nipped in the bud.
I think those two people were told, shut up.
Just shut your mouth.
We're trying to get Tom to the table.
Let's not enter the room and make it about you right now.
Did you see Channing Frye, who is a local, by the way?
I did. He said the team's going to leave.
He said Moda Center is the oldest, crustiest arena in the league.
Yeah. I mean,
people don't think it's bad.
I mean, it's not that bad, but
I mean, it kind of is when you comp it to a lot of
arenas. When you comp it to other arenas.
The Kings have a better arena than us.
They do, man. They light the beam. All right, I'll start out today. Let's get going here because we're already running late. Your number, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Yep.
Your number is 57. 57. Is it the number of FBS wins in the head coaching career of Kalen DeBoer? So not counting, this doesn't count as Sioux Falls stop.
Sure.
Fresno State, Washington, Alabama. Does he have 57 career wins? Or is it the height of what is now known as the largest...
What?
I saw this and I had to put it in.
In what? Feet, inches, yards,
feet,
meters?
My apologies. Feet in the largest nutcracker...
I saw the
statue?
story.
I guess, yeah.
It's a stat.
He's stat.
Stat.
Just ruin the game, huh?
Yeah, no problem.
Ruin the game.
That's what I do.
Yeah, it's a stat.
Hey, you play the game.
And 57.
Don't pick a story we all read.
Hey, we play to win.
Yeah, we do. We play to win.
Kalen DeBoer's 57 wins.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Why would you create a nutcracker 65 feet tall?
I don't know.
Like,
would you want to go see it if you're driving through southwestern Minnesota? You wouldn't want to go see a 66-foot tall nutcracker?
Are you cracking a nut?
I don't know.
Does he crack big nuts?
Do you love the ballet? What are we doing?
Can you put a giant nut in his mouth and have it crack it? Like, what's the size of the nut that you would need for a 66-foot tall nutcracker?
It's got to be like a 14.
How big do we think that mouth opens if you can open it?
10 to 15 feet.
That's a big nut. If they cracked that in his mouth, would you go see it?
2/3 of it is the legs that come down.
Yes.
Well, my great-grandparents had nutcrackers all over the house during Christmas. And I remember I got in trouble because I was caught trying to bust a nut. And my grandma goes, "Don't do that." And I said,
"Holy catfish!
Isn't this what it's for?"
Yes.
And she
Isn't
was
that the purpose?
It's decorative.
Yeah.
And I said, it's literally a nutcracker. You're supposed to be busting nuts with it.
Yeah, I never got the nutcracker thing. I never quite figured that one out.
Like, if it's not, why would you have it?
Like a little village, I could do that. I could the Santa, the snow globes, the different Santa
Lights.
types, the lights.
I get it, yeah.
The nutcracker was one that just never quite resonated with me.
Because I don't think people actually use them to bust their nuts.
Nobody does. Nobody's busting nuts with those things.
No way.
No, they're just sitting on a mantle somewhere.
And they're always painted the same. They're always, by the way, they're always anti-American. They're in their red coats.
They are red coats,
And I'm like, what are we doing with this?
This one in southwest Minnesota, very American, stars and stripes, and the mouth does not open, unfortunately.
Well, can you make, that's what I'm saying.
The mouth doesn't open.
Then it's not a nutcracker.
It's just a tall nutcracker.
It looks like a nutcracker. It's not a nutcracker.
All right, you or me?
I'll go.
All right.
Your number is 110.
110.
110. Is it the total amount of wins for the University of Florida's football program since Urban Meyer left? Or is it the length of the world record Terramana Tequila foosball table released in Brooklyn during the FIFA World Cup?
This is in feet.
Feet, 110-foot foosball table.
Foosball table.
That's a pretty big foosball table.
That's a lot of.
That's a lot of
levers. That's a lot of.
How many players are on a 110-foot foosball table? That's a lot of players. Urban Meyer's last year in Florida was
that,
what?
like, 15 years ago or something?
11-ish, I want to say, 12-ish, somewhere in there.
I should correct slightly.
Oh, we already have an addendum?
110 standard-sized foosballs tables combined.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
That's not quite 110 feet, I wouldn't think.
It is not. It's much longer in feet.
100. Oh, okay. And yes,
I'm going to go story.
I'm going to go story because you have 11 players on a soccer field. That would make sense as part of a marketing gig. And Florida probably hasn't won that many games.
Can you give me the logic of the story part of that? The amount of soccer players there are for a foosball?
No, on a soccer team, you have 11 players on the field at any one time. So to have 110, obviously you're not going to do 11. You're doing 110.
Does that count the netminder?
Huh?
Does that count the netminder?
You go away. You shut up. That's a keeper, not a netminder. That's hockey.
Is a great name to call it. I love that.
That's hockey.
Is it? They call them netminders?
They call them netminders.
Is that new?
How many points did the Dodgers score against the Phillies last night? How many points did they have?
They got 2. They got enough.
They had a
All right,
layup.
so yours is...
I'm going story.
Story. Sorry. The Florida Gators have only won 110 football games since Urban Meyer last coached them in 2010.
2010 was his last year, yeah. So you're going 16 seasons, right?
Yeah.
15, 16 seasons. That's bad.
It's bad.
They have 4 double-digit win seasons since Urban left. Not been good down in Florida.
All right, how many foosball tables did they line up?
It's a 525-foot-long foosball table in Brooklyn, New York, brought to you by Terramana Tequila, which is the length of 112 standard-sized foosballs tables.
Okay.
Can I just say this? There's a lot of great bar games. Foosball is the worst.
Foosball sucks.
I hate foosball.
Yeah, air hockey's way better.
Air hockey's
Shuffleboard's way better.
Darts are better. The Golden Tees video game is better.
Skee-ball
is better. Skee-ball is better.
I'm with you. Foosball
Hitting on
sucks.
chicks out of your league, that's better. Asking the bartender to bring your drink for the 9th time, that's better. Trying to leave the restroom without catching some kind of disease is a better game to play than foosball. I hate foosball, and yes, it's because I suck.
Yeah, that's part of it.
I'm terrible at it.
Like
8 rows of little guys
Now,
kicking a ball.
Do you
You
just
give me
go
an air hockey
solo,
table, I
or
can
do you
stand on that.
usually do you pair up and have a team?
No, you got to pair up. I think you got to pair up.
I legitimately don't play.
Oh, okay.
I think it's 2s-on-2s is way better.
Yeah.
You got to have an offense and a defense. You got to move the ball around a little bit.
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, there's too many levers. I can't be pulling all those levers.
Foosball is the most unimpressive game you can possibly play and brag about.
Do people still play air hockey? Is air hockey still a thing?
At arcades.
At arcades?
Not at like bars.
Yeah. Air hockey in the man cave would be pretty cool.
If it's a real arcade style and you need to make
get
sure
the air blowing on there, you get the lights on there. I'm all
we
about
need to
it.
design a system where you can hit the puck as hard as you know you want to without it jumping the board or smacking your fingers.
Need bigger boards?
No, I don't know. They need to make the puck technology where you can hit it and not fly off the
They
table.
tell you a puck could leave the playing surface at any time.
No, you're not
Keep your
wrong.
head on a swivel when you're at a hockey game.
You're not wrong.
Your number is 3.
3.
Is it the total number of 10 win seasons in the history of Kentucky Wildcat football? Or is it
I know this answer.
the number of cups of coffee, according to a recent study that say is healthy for your liver?
Stat.
Well, it's 100% stat because I read both the story yesterday.
I saw the coffee one.
And I remember when Stoops got his 10-win season, they were like, it's the third time ever in the program's history this has happened.
Yeah, stat. Yeah. This is the downfall of having us all come up with one, is that we all look for weird oddity stories.
So there you go.
We usually see
11
half of
and 1 in 1950.
Doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
1977, they were 10 and 1.
That's
It counts because
borderline.
the Blazers won the title. that year.
Asterisk, though.
And then 10 and 3 in 2018 under Mark Stoops.
Do they claim a national championship in their history?
Because
Because if they do,
11 and 1, you should.
I quit. If
Well,
they claim
11
a national
and
title, I
1
quit.
was Paul Bear Bryant was their head coach before he went back to Alabama. So there you go.
Go Wildcats.
No, this is a study published by Hyun Seok Kim, reported by Infectious Disease Advisor. They studied over 350,000 people, found those consuming at least 5 cups per day have a lower risk of liver issues such as cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma, and liver-related mortality. It is safe. It doesn't affect your heart as long as you don't add like sugar and
So just standard black coffee.
Just like a
black coffee.
dark black coffee.
Just like I take it. 5 cups.
How many do you have a day?
Right around 4 or 5.
Now, is the thought process it's actually healthy for you, or that it's an appetite suppressant and you don't eat as much?
No, for me, it's one, it's just getting me going, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you gotta have energy.
But yeah.
But I'm curious, is it the components of coffee that make the heart healthier, or is it that you don't eat as much because you're on the go and you're energized? And
No.
So you have 5 cups per day?
4
on
to
average,
5.
Nick?
Yeah, I don't have any. Once I'm done here
So
in the morning.
you're consuming 475 milligrams of caffeine
Yeah,
per
it
day.
says intake up to 400 milligrams of caffeine a day, the equivalent of 5 cups of caffeinated coffee, without added sugars or fillers, safe, doesn't increase cardiovascular risk.
Do you have a limit on your day where you can't drink anything with caffeine?
Yeah, for me, it's noon or 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't
my
drink
wife.
any caffeine at night.
Well, not night, but like if I gave you a cup of something at 3 o'clock, would you drink it?
I'd be okay doing it on a weekend. Like if I'm out and we're not working and we're at a nice dinner or something, and it's like, hey, do you want a cup of coffee with your dessert? Like I'll do that on a Friday or
every
Saturday.
once in a while, I'll have like a Coke Zero in the afternoon if I'm, driving.
Coke Zero guy, huh?
Yeah, I guess that counts. I guess technically I then do occasionally have caffeine, but I don't view
But
soda
no,
the same as
usually
a
I'm
coffee.
Diet Coke's like 40 milligrams.
Right,
I think.
once
there's
I'm done
something in
the
there.
morning.
It's a little bit of a pick me up, a little bit of a boost. All righty, there you go. Well done, everybody. Although we saw 2 of the stories, that's okay. Delivers nonetheless. Let's wrap it up with a ranking that makes no sense to me, and a preview of the night ahead in sports. We'll wrap it up there next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Last one for us today.
I'm telling you, stretch marks, no plastic. I'm in.
That conversation continues.
Wait is over. Are we tired with this as a society?
I mentioned I wanted to play Halle Berry audio. She's talking about the moistness of something, and at her age, it's it's a good thing. But I don't think we can play the audio. I thought about throwing it in the magic hat tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm going to do it.
I think you shouldn't.
You might lose your marbles over there.
I don't think you're capable of getting through that segment in the appropriate manner.
I want to applaud her.
Well, she's being honest about how
active,
she feels.
She's going strong.
Yeah.
Things are flowing.
Nothing wrong with fixing how you feel. But I've come to appreciate the all natural a lot.
A ranking came out that got me very upset. I will get to that in a moment. But before we do need to check in on an old friend of ours.
So you smoking crack?
Oh,
we ain't dead at all. Hell no.
Yeah.
This is a football nightmare, brother. That don't piss you off, dude. The honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it is. It is over.
If you don't know who that is, his name is Legend, and he famously called into the Paul Feinbaum show. He's done it for years, but his most iconic call where these showed up.
We'll send a U-Haul to your ass.
It showed up after, remember, Alabama beat Georgia 2 years ago in Kalen DeBoer's first season, and the next week they went on the road to Vanderbilt and they lost to Diego Pavia. And this, he called in.
Here's my daddy.
Gave one of the all-time moments. Now, to his credit, I did not realize this. Our guy, Gary Legend Wilson, turned that into a job at WJOX in Birmingham. He hosts a show.
They gave him a show?
He hosts a show. Let me find...
You don't lose the Vanderbilt.
I mean, I'm not saying he's not worthy. Obviously, he's giving us some great stuff.
We can't trust your ass now.
What was I got? It's like I think
Are
it's
you
like
sure he hosts a show?
100% sure.
Like a daily show?
A Saturday morning show. That's what it does.
Okay,
I was looking for it. So he hosted Saturday morning show. WJOX, big station in Birmingham.
Yeah, it's massive.
Big
It's
college football,
one
right?
of the biggest stations in the country.
Dude, the guy parlayed calls on Feinbaum into a gig. Respect the hustle.
Yeah.
So he shows up at SEC Media Days, and he was warned, I guess, that like, hey, we don't really want you here. I don't know if it's because of the calls or if he said other things on the air.
Got a media credential at least.
You would think, right? And so he's walking around at SEC Media Days, and late Tuesday morning, the SEC Director of Communications, Craig Pinkerton, I love that he's a Pinkerton, told Legend he needed to leave the floor.
I had a PE teacher named Pinkerton.
The damn Pinkertons.
She was great.
And he was like, he started protesting, what are you talking about?
Wake the hell up.
I ain't getting the hell out of here. He gave him a...
That don't piss you off, dude.
And they literally, security at SEC Media Days grabbed him and dragged him out of the building, and he was escorted out of SEC Media Days.
Oh, he was like pushing back?
He was like refusing to leave. He's like, no, I'm not leaving. I'm here. I have a credential.
That's crazy.
I don't know if there's more to the back. I just saw the headline.
What a soft-ass conference.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Can't win a title. Let's break away from the NCAA. Can't win a title. Hey, we didn't play tough teams in dog conference. Can't beat Vanderbilt. Get him out of here. He's asking hard questions.
It's quote on
And I tell you this, I've been a big Kalen DeBoer fan. Kalen DeBoer has a lot of the spotlight on him this season. I don't think he gets fired if they're like 8-4, but that's kind of about wheelhouse of where Vegas thinks they're going to be.
God, if they go 8-4, Alabama fans
they're not going to fire him.
Lose their
They just
ass.
gave him the extension.
Oh, he's not going to get fired, but the fan base will hate his
I would
guts.
make an argument. He actually would do himself a lot of good allowing Legend to talk to him.
Ooh.
Because
do the Ted Lasso, the critiquing fans, invite him to practice, let him chirp.
I just think you can easily manipulate how people feel. People are always critical, and then they get a relationship, and you suddenly find out they're not critical anymore. It happens in the media, and it would happen with fans. If Kalen DeBoer sat down, took his jokey questions, talked about how disappointed he's been, why haven't they broken through, Kalen DeBoer could navigate those waters.
Yes,
and I would argue if you're Kalen, you throw in and go, dude, your Vandy rant was great. Also, Vandy last 2 years, pretty good program, is it not?
Right.
Now, Clark Lee's not no bum.
Ended up not being that bad of a loss in the hindsight of it. You just lost to Vanderbilt, and it took you a while to process losing to Vanderbilt because you don't lose to Vanderbilt.
But instead, somebody from Alabama's handling saw him and was freaking out and probably had him escorted.
I was reading through an update on the story. He did not have a media credential. But to his point, He said there were 30 people in here without credentials, and they just came and singled me out and started yelling in my face. And then he added this quote to Alabama.com. Quote, they got every podcaster and basement dweller in the country at this meeting with credentials, and he wants to come after Legend? I'm on TV. I'm on radio. I think he's got a problem with Legend personally.
So you smoking clown?
And I think it's discriminatory. I'd love
this
that.
This is a football nightmare, brother.
If you're Legend, you have to talk in the third person, do you not? Like, that's a requirement if your nickname is Legend. You just have to go third person at all times. Coming after Legend, coming after me. Yeah. So there's an update out of SEC Media Days as the world turns. I saw this one, and, I always look for an opportunity to Quake Take when I get the chance. Brought to you by fill in the blank here. This one, pretty solid Quake Take. We are in ranking season right now in the NFL. We got to rank who are the best wide receivers, who are the best quarterbacks. We get those. College football, we're getting them as well. Rankings coming out. The best programs in college football right now. Are you ready for this list?
Is this in an order of any?
This is so it's a USA Today ranking, and they do a really weird thing where they try and act as if it's an all-time ranking mixed with a current ranking, if that makes any sense. Like that's where odd. You're at right now, but an all-time ranking.
Okay.
Ohio State won.